We'll call the meeting to order. Today is May 19th, 2026 Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole meeting. First item on the agenda, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLue.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Commissioner Ray.
Present.
Chair Stribbs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you. We did hear from Commissioner Gisler. He will not be joining us this evening. He's taking some time to attend to family. We hope they have a lovely time. All right, we will go to item number 2, which is our opportunity in this session for public comment. This can be made in person or by phone if you're attending virtually. You can call 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748. And then press *3 to join the speaker queue. Callers may request to join the speaker queue at any time before our final public comment period this evening. You'll be permitted to speak during the specific public comment session which you requested to join. Speakers will be recognized in the order their requests are received. Is there anyone in chambers that's wishing to join us for public comment? Great, come on forward. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Jane Ghosh from Discover Kalamazoo, and I am here to share two things. But the first is the good news that the county, on behalf of the Casey Cat Authority, successfully sold the $45 million of bonds to develop the indoor sports facility. And we were able to get just slightly lower than what we expected from an interest rate, which is good for the bonds, as well as slightly less discount. And so not a lot, but a little bit. And it certainly, so it was as good as not slightly better than we expected, which will benefit us over the 30-year lifetime of the bonds. So I know that was a ton of work on behalf of Administrator Catlin, the deputy administrators, Tyler White with the Treasurer's Office, Ryan Post with the Finance Committee. They all put a lot of work into making sure that we were well prepared and that went successful, and we are deeply grateful. So I'm here to let you know the good news and express that gratitude. I also wanted to just let you know, I know that on the agenda you have a resolution discussing for the American Rescue Plan funds, any leftover funds that aren't spent as of September 1st. And I very much appreciate Commissioner DeLue's comments from the last meeting. Discover Kalamazoo, should the commission decide to allocate funds to Discover Kalamazoo, we stand ready to spend them efficiently and effectively. The specific list of initiatives that we put onto our original request, if we won't know about the spending until September or after September, we would not be able to do that specific list of things, because $10,000 of that was to support community events, many of which will have already happened by that time. So I just wanted to clarify that if your desire is for us to spend on that, the initiatives we presented before, that won't be possible if we wait till September. That said, there's always good things that we can spend money on for the benefit of Kalamazoo County, its residents and businesses. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you for the recognition of our exemplary team here at the county. Is there anyone else wishing to join us for public comment? All right, seeing no others in chambers, we have someone virtually. All right, we do have a virtual participant. Administration will get them over for us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cindy Dunbar, and I'm a longtime resident of Kalamazoo County, 67 years. I'm currently a tenant at Wildwood off Main in Kalamazoo Township that hopefully you're all aware of. On May 7th, every unit was condemned and posted as such by the local building authority. To date, we have received no resource center for assistance in relocating. We're getting mixed information from both the management as well as CABA as far as who's responsible, who do we go to. We have seniors living here. We've had people with children. And as a longtime resident of this community and around this community, I am shocked that no agency, no resource has stepped forward to address this. This is a housing crisis. There are approximately 450 people that lived here. Now there are many of us that have our monies invested here that we will not see. We have no money to relocate. It's quite a mess, and I just want to bring and hope that the right ears hear this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have anybody else wishing to make public comment? Okay. Seeing none further, we're going to close this public comment opportunity. And we're going to go to item 3 on our agenda this afternoon. This is a review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements, and we will welcome forward our finance director, Mr. Ryan Post. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners, Mr. Administrator. This evening, we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $3,740,591.43 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,334,005.09. We have payroll disbursements totaling $4,625,660.01 are presented for the May 8th general, May 12th void and reissue, and May 15th elected payrolls. With that said, we welcome any questions from the board at this time.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from the Commission? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Director. All right, we'll go now to item 4. This is our monthly investment report. And for this, as always, we will welcome our Chief Deputy Treasurer, Mr. Tyler White. Welcome, Tyler.
Thank you, Chair. We'll get right into it. So as of April 30th, the county's investment portfolio had a par value balance of $159,884,675.37 and a market value of $159,266,257.42. There's a mark-to-market variance between our par and market values of $618,417.95. It's a $76,000 decrease from last month. That said, our mark-to-market variance only impacts our bottom line. If we were to liquidate our portfolio, we plan on holding all of our assets until maturity to avoid any realized losses. For the month of April, as far as earnings, our portfolio earned $527,367.90 on an average daily balance of $172,338,611.67. That's an effective rate of return on our portfolio of 3.72% for the month. Rate of returns inclusive of all realized gains, losses, amortization of premiums and discounts. And of the $527,000, $284,000 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. For the year to date, our portfolio has earned $2,167,909.21 on an average daily balance of $167,689,241.85. Our year-to-date effective rate of return is 3.93%. It's also inclusive of realized gains, losses, amortization of premiums and discounts. The general fund share of the year-to-date earnings is $1,194,623.13. If we assume the rest of the year follows the first 4 months, we're on track to earn about $6.5 million in 2026. Here comes the bad news. Inflation over the last 12 months through April was 3.8%, up from 3.3% in March. That exceeds our 3.72% monthly return on investments. And we experience a 0.08 loss in purchasing power, though our actual dollars in is still spendable dollars in. Inflation for April for the 12 months prior is spread across the following categories. Food is up 3.2%. Energy, commodities, or fuel up 29.2%. Energy services or utilities up 5.4%, of which electricity is up 6.1%, gas is up 3.0%, Shelters up 3.3%, transportation services up 4.3%, medical services up 3.2%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, up 1.1%. I want to note that the war in Iran continues to impact these inflation numbers. We were at 2.4% in February, and now we're at 3.8% in April. And that's the highest we've seen since May of 2023, before I ever started working with the county. And I want to stress that we haven't truly begun to see the downside impact of inflation on the rest of prices. So the consumer core prices, which is all of our categories minus food and energy, because those are more volatile than the rest of the economy, rose 0.4% from March to April. So not that much there, but that suggests businesses haven't pushed the cost of higher fuel into the rest of the economy. Businesses are currently eating those increased costs, but at some point they will no longer be able to do so. With that said, so month to month, gasoline had a 5.4% increase from March to April. That's a 26.6% increase since February. And with all of this said, even if the Strait of Hormuz were to open today, all hostilities end today, damage to infrastructure and just the time required to get the economy back to normal means we won't likely see normal oil prices until the end of this year or into early 2027. Businesses with healthy profit margins may opt to eat the cost. Those with thinner margins may not. They'll have no choice but to increase prices, and with it, inflation in other sectors. Of course, the treasurer and I will continue to monitor. We'll give updates as we receive them. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Treasurer. Are there other questions from the commission? All right, we appreciate your analysis and you taking the time. Thank you very much. Pardon me. All right, we're going to move to item 5 on our agenda. We're going to hear about Michigan Housing Partnership LLC, a housing TIF presentation. We're going to welcome forward our Brownfield Redevelopment Administrator, Macy Rose Walters. Welcome, Macy.
Thank you, Dina. Hi, good afternoon. Again, Macy Walters, here on behalf of the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority in the city of Galesburg, to go ahead and present a housing TIF brownfield plan. I'd like you to go ahead and take a look at the site area on this first slide for the sake of the public listening in, and a reminder to the board here today. When we set a brownfield plan, it is like a geographical spot where taxes are captured for a specific period of time, and they are returned to the Brownfield Authority so that they can go ahead and do disbursements of eligible reimbursements to the developer, to the Brownfield Authority, or to the local municipality, who may also be privy to reimbursement within the plan. So on this slide here, it does show you that geographical boundary of just what we're talking about today. And this is 4 different parcels in the city of Galesburg. They will be all sold off and parceled as individual households, and then a couple duplexes, but we'll get into that later. Just a brief overview for us. We're talking about 13.78 acres of land. This is going to be developed by Michigan Housing Partnership LLC, also through Allen Edwin Home Builders. There will be about 52 new housing units developed, 46 single-family homes, 6 duplexes included in this site development. 22 of the units will be single-family, reserved for rental for the income qualified households. That's going to be estimated at about 100% AMI, and that's about 42% of the total development will be reserved for that 100% AMI rental. I'd like to address some comments that we've heard in the past about housing TIF plans, about how the public or the board would like to see some more for sale affordable housing units in these plans. This is a relatively new addition to Act 381. In 2023 was when this was added. And And so we've seen a couple plans come through at this point, and when looking at the pro formas for these projects and also the way that the tax increment financing plans can be estimated, it's really hard to get the for sale affordable homes to kind of shake out on paper because there's significantly less tax revenue to capture for those homes because you get those principal residency exemptions. And so it just continues to be a struggle for developers to be able to afford without down payment assistance or without another entity coming in to be part of the process there to be able to get for sale affordable homes. So that is why you are continuing to see rentals. And I do have Mr. Joe Augustinelli here with me with Michigan Growth Advisors. Oh, yeah, there he is. If you guys have any more specific questions about that process as we get into this, but I thought addressing that early might help with some questions once we get farther into the presentation. So what the developer's asking for reimbursement for here is site preparation, just to ready the site, infrastructure costs, and that financing gap for renting to the 100% AMI. What's special about this plan is that this is the first brownfield plan in the city of Galesburg. They've never had one come through. And then 2 public roads are going to be improved with this plan. The city of Galesburg, their own reimbursement to Battle Creek Street, and then Allen Edwin Homes and the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Authority are both going to resurface Blake Boulevard, and they would like to be reimbursed for those costs as well. So it's written into the plan as public right-of-way spaces. And so that was something that the local unit, the city of Galesburg, really wanted to see as part of their community benefit with this, is they've heard about their public being concerned about roads. And so we were able to build in 2 different roads to be improved within this 30-year plan. So Allen Edwin is going to generate about 17 million in private investment in the community, all at once. And so, construction is going to commence in summer of 2026. So if this gets approved, this would start pretty soon. And it's got a 2-year timeline to completion. So we're talking 52 new homes within a 2-year period. So very fast development, going to significantly improve the density of houses in that local community. The brownfield plan is eligible as a housing property. I'd like to remind the public listening in that just because it's a brownfield plan does not mean the site's contaminated. So this is truly eligible with that housing piece. These will not be built on contaminated or perceived to be contaminated soils. I mentioned the resurfacing of Blake Boulevard, and the city of Galesburg is going to have about $5 million reserved for reimbursement to them within the plan if they do improvements to Battle Creek Street. But you might know in the tax tables right now, it's only estimating about $2.3 million of actual available revenue. We wanted to build a little bit of flexibility into this plan by saying up to 5 million. That way, if 30 years down the road, these homes are actually valued more, there'd be some more flexibility for the city of Galesburg to be reimbursed for those infrastructure costs. It is actually, all actual costs incurred. So it's not just a blank check for $5 million. They have to, everybody in the plan has to submit an invoice packet, and it does undergo third-party review to make sure everything is aligned with Act 31 statute and is done so accordingly. And that does come back to the Brownfield Authority for their final approval too before reimbursements are sent out. Okay, so breaking it down, about $13.8 million of tax increment revenue is estimated to be used in this brownfield plan over the 30 years. So about $9.1 million is reserved for the developer for their site prep, infrastructure, and that financing gap that we discussed. The city of Galesburg, about $2.3 million, again, capped at $5 million if it is available later, if these home values do come up, and if they spend that much improving that road. And then the Brownfield Authority, excuse me, about $1.6 million. That's total of the LBRF capture as well as reimbursement for about $150,000 worth of improvements to that Battle Creek Blake Boulevard that I previously mentioned. I just broke it up into state and local taxes so you can see how this is divided. And the the state education tax does have to go back to the state of Michigan by statute. Half of all of those taxes captured every year do have to be returned. That's what helps fund that per pupil. When school operating taxes are captured for brownfield plans, it doesn't affect per pupil funding. So the local schools do not miss out on their funding because they're getting repaid back for this taxable value that they're, in a sense, it seems like they're missing out on, but they're not. The school reimburses them. And I submit an annual report to the state every year for each project. So they're able to track how much school operating is actually captured or how much state taxes are captured. And that's all filed with the local treasurer and the local school systems as well. Okay, estimated outcomes. I mentioned this previously, $17 million in private investment immediately right in that local community. Significant impact on the city of Galesburg. 52 new housing or new residences, 24 for sale homes. The for sale are going to be around $350,000, 4-bedroom and up type home. And this is based on, local housing data. And then the 22 single family homes and the duplexes for rent, again, modeled at 100% AMI. So that's about $2,300 a month in rent, just to give you an idea. 42% of the development will be restricted to 100% AMI for 10 years. That's a pretty significant percentage from what we've seen developers do in the past. We've seen people model around 20%. So 42% feels like a nice opportunity for this community. The taxable value is going to go from a little over $79,000 to about $13.4 million in 2 years. So 30-year plan length, after talking to the city of Galesburg, there were a few things they wanted. They wanted a shorter plan and they wanted the roads to be fixed. Well, if you have a shorter plan, it's harder to capture all the taxes needed to fully reimburse everybody for the roads. So after some discussion with staff and after the ad hoc committee was formed for the Brownfield Authority, they landed on that 30-year plan length with those two public roads to be resurfaced and improved. But again, that public right-of-way, so that includes sidewalks, other areas like that. Then the local Brownfield revolving fund, it was actually negotiated with the Brownfield Authority that they would not capture as much into this plan. That way the city of Galesburg would have more funding for their own road improvements. So it's modeled at about 20% of the available tax revenue the last 5 years of the plan is what is going to come to the Brownfield Authority. So just under $550,000. The Brownfield Authority treats all brownfield plans on a case-by-case basis and really wants to make sure that with housing TIF, the local community feels like it's a benefit. So they don't always negotiate a lower LBRF capture because, as a reminder, the LBRF is what we use to support economic development projects countywide. So they do like to really take into consideration each project when they're negotiating a reduction in capture for that local brownfield revolving fund. The Brownfield Authority for 30 years, they model a 10% admin fee. So 10% of the revenue every year is reserved to go back to the authority. So 30 years for this plan is about $974,000. Again, it is actual cost for the authority though. So they divide all of their actual expenses up each year between all of their brownfield plans. So often it's not the full 10% each year. This is just an estimate. The city of Galesburg has $2.3 million reserved for them again, and then the state of Michigan has that 50% set capture. Here's the site plan before you. I apologize that you don't have it blown up. You do have it in your packets here though, if you're able to look. You'll see Blake Boulevard and Battle Creek Street, but you're also going to see the addition of 2 new roads into the development. One of the concerns with the city was the added density on the road for when the school is out. And so 2 new roads in this area will allow for some of the traffic to kind of ease through the development sites. It won't all be coming out in one spot. There's a couple different easements that people can enter and exit the development from and avoid certain times of the day if they wouldn't want to avoid that school drop-off line that tends to kind of get congested in that area. Another thing I haven't gotten too deep into yet is that there is a community benefits or, well, a municipal services agreement is what they're calling it between the developer and the city of Galesburg. That's not something that can be reimbursable through the Brownfield plan. It's a separate agreement that the developer has entered into with the city of Galesburg. And that is going to be to restripe and improve an existing crosswalk to increase safety. Because with the added development, there's likely going to be more students in the school. The school's right over there. So it's the walkability is big. And they're also going to reimburse the city for their fire millage. That way the city can help with the added density with public safety and any issues that they might have with that with the new development increase there. Okay. And then the rest of the PowerPoint are just a couple examples of what the home build types would look like. This was provided by Ellen Edwin in a home book that they would be using for this project. So I'll just go ahead and go through these for the public watching, and you guys do have these in your packets as well. Again, you're looking at a 3 to 4 bedroom home, primarily 4-bedroom throughout the whole development. And you will not be able to tell the difference between the rental homes and the for sale homes. There's not going to be a designated area of where all of the rental units will be at. So you're not going to be able to drive through the neighborhood and pick out who is, you know, the 100% AMI or not. Of course, there are the duplexes, which of course will be rentals. So the duplexes alone will look different than the single family homes. So the timeline for considerations, the Brownfield Authority did review this plan back in April, and they had this go through third-party review with Fishbeck, and Fishbeck supplied a memo, which you do have in your packets here today, just stating that everything within the plan was reasonable and in accordance to Act 381. The Brownfield Authority did review and recommend the plan on April 23rd, and the City of Galesburg City Council adopted a resolution in support of the plan on May 11th. So I'm presenting to you today, and we're asking that tonight at your regular meeting, you consider holding or adopting a resolution to hold a public hearing on June 2nd. I've already sent out the notices to the clerk. If you guys do choose to approve that today, that is ready to go, so that we'll be in compliance with the 10-day public notice and notice to taxing jurisdictions. And that is all I have for you. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Macy. Are there questions from the commission? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. That is in my district, and I have heard some people have complained a little bit about it, but there's also folks that have been supportive of it. I myself like seeing the development in the cities versus into the townships, into cornfields that we need to grow food in. I'd much rather see development in a organized municipality, a city village, versus, you know, taking up valuable space that we need for growing food and providing for folks to sustain life as we know it here on the planet. So I applaud you on your work, and I thank you for your hard work. And we look forward to helping Galesburg become a great place to live, work, and play.
All right, that's 1 point for Vice
point,
Chair
all
Pro
right. Thank
Tem. We'll keep a tally. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. Act 381 is really interesting in how it's sort of utilized. I will say I was pleasantly surprised with the number of for sale homes. You explained, you know, the PREs, a lot of these, when they use 381, they need that taxable rate as high as they possibly can so that they can capture that extra 18 mils, I think it is, or whatever it is, non-homesteaded. And they need that so that they can reimburse themselves. But having the number of for sale homes, I'm pleasantly surprised by it, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. I'm also pleased to see development. I agree with my colleague, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Whenever we're doing infill development, I think that's better in a whole number of for a whole number of reasons. I wonder, does this have any intersection with the housing corridor study? Do you know if these parcels were identified within that study for infill development?
I'm not sure, but we can look into that if you'd like.
I'd be curious because I just want to see how instructive that was to help inform. And it may not have been a tool that brought this forward ultimately, but just using it as an example to overlay when we're having discussions with other municipal partners. You know, I do also want to recognize the concerns. You know, the city of Galesburg is a pocket in the county with some of the deepest housing insecurity and poverty in the county. We're seeing here really market rate development. The rental units that are going to be targeted for 100% AMI, what is the average rental rate?
About 2,300 a month is what, but within the Brownfield plan, it does break out between the homes and the duplexes as well, right in the Brownfield plan documents there.
Okay. And the presentation with the maps, was it in our
Yes.
materials?
Yes.
So if you could share them with us, that would be
Of course.
great to just visualize them a little bit further. And we appreciate the presentation. I'm seeing Commissioner Morales.
Thanks, Macy. I sat in on a lot of the debate, and it was a must that we heard from their county or their city officials. And from my understanding, in the last meeting that you went to, the community did support the project. I had pushback because it was 100% AMI. I don't think that 2,200 a month, even in leasing or renting, is affordable. However, some new developments will come. This is the one with the street and the sidewalk. Will come in that area. I just caution folks who do not want to accept vouchers. And I need folks to understand, as I mentioned in our Brownfield meeting, that receiving a TIF and being able to pay that off in 10 years is the same as receiving a Section 8 voucher. And I think some people have a problem distinguishing that because they got it. Because if you got it, you don't need the TIF. You can just go build. So I want to erase that mindset and help erase that mindset. This is probably one of the last projects that I will support at 100% because there is a major need for housing and security. Vice Chair says something that stuck with me, and he got his win. I wouldn't die on that hill. So that, some new development can come out there and hopefully some folks with some good paying jobs can sustain it. My only worry was really, as we talk about housing and home ownership, when folks say, how much can you afford? And you're saying 2,300, they're really not preparing for what taxes will look like on a $350,000 house in that next year. And a lot of people are falling into the lap of our treasurer because they can't afford those summer and winter taxes. So I just want to, see us have more things in place to help support folks with that. And then, as we build more developments to truly make it be affordable for folks. I mean, we're really not making affordable wages or living wages in Kalamazoo County. And some of those houses would still be a dream for the majority of the people that we serve. So thank you.
Can I add a little comment to yours too?
Please go ahead, Macy.
I think it's important to also discuss for the public listening in, to Commissioner Morales's point, when you are looking at the for sale homes that are to the income qualified households, that's when the concern comes in, is making sure people can handle their taxes. With the rentals, of course, that is just they're paying their lease rate, right? But that's why it is important for communities to really take a look at these when for sale affordable homes are presented, to see if there's other entities who can help get involved, to help make sure that you don't get somebody into a home and then they do lose it because they don't have enough to pay those summer and winter taxes. It's much more disruptive on a family to get them moved into a home and then they lose it because they don't have enough income. So with these rentals, in this case, you won't see that, it's a 10-year period. So depending on how long they're there for their lease, they at least won't be displaced according to taxes, which I think is important to differentiate for the public.
Commissioner Morales.
So I do want you to look at too, a lease on an apartment is different from a lease on a car. And typically, unless they are signing, I don't know too many leases that don't go yearly. And we saw that jump in housing insecurity because leases went up. And so it used to be like $25 a year, but leases have went up from $100 to $300 per year. So, and that's the same amount as someone's taxes would go up. So I don't want to discredit that just because you're in a lease, you're safe. They need to be able to afford that. And some of us on the board don't have to think about those things, but me coming from leasing to home ownership, it was almost the same. So just want to put that out there.
I appreciate hearing that too. And I do want to say that when it comes to doing the leasing documents, when we're talking about 100% AMI, these are calculations that we have to use from the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. So those are kind of a standardized calculation. Not saying it totally in response to your question or to your comment, but just in general, so that the public's aware that that is how this affordability gap is calculated. It's put out by that calculation from MISHDA, Michigan State Housing Development Authority.
Yeah, I think there's room to improve the way those are calculated. That's just a point of observation. Vice Chair.
Sorry, I'm just gonna, just one more opportunity to jump in on this. The fact that we are subsidizing 100% AMI for housing for everything else is crazy. And we as a board or as a group need to be talking about raising AMI. That's the discussion that we need to do. We're talking about the back end and we're not talking about the front end. Economic development that will get good businesses in here that will raise our community's AMI. That's the other side of the coin I think we need to focus on.
Point well taken, Vice Chair. Macy, an additional question brought forward because of Commissioner Morales' comments. What is the willingness of the developer on this property to accept a variety of income, including vouchers? We will be moving forward with a local rental voucher pilot for the next 3 years. Is there room within the contract language to be open to accepting those vouchers? Welcome, Mr. Kuzma.
Yeah, hi, Joe Gussinelli. I'm with Michigan Growth Advisors. We're the consultants on the project. With apologies, our client, Brian Farkas with Allen Edwin Homes, is with his wife who's having a baby like yesterday. And so he wishes he could be here, but is with her, unfortunately, or fortunately for them, unfortunately for you all and me. So exciting time for them. So I can't directly answer that question. I know when it's come up in other communities, I mean, the intent here is to make these homes available to anybody who can afford to live there. And if that means accepting vouchers, I think that's a conversation our client will be open to having. You know, obviously their concern is ensuring that they're able to cover their expenses that come with this project. So certainly open to having the conversation, but I can't directly answer that question, but I'll take it back and we'll try to be able to.
I would appreciate you engaging that dialogue, and maybe we can speak to that at the public hearing in a couple of weeks. What is nice about housing vouchers, that is a guaranteed income. Jobs can be lost, unfortunately, but qualified voucher is identified for a period of time. That's a stable income source for property owner. So I'd strongly encourage that consideration. Thank you. Apologize.
I will just want to add to that. Too, some local communities have also been experimenting with the idea of using the local brownfield revolving fund or other housing funds to help with down payment assistance. And in some cases, they've been able to be written into brownfield plans as a reimbursable expense. So as we keep moving through this, I think that's something that the Brownfield Authority will keep an open mind to, and as well as working with other agencies on figuring out how we could do that. Again, though, we're limited on taxes. So some of these opportunities may need to be grants or something negotiated early on. If somebody does need to get repaid, you know, say there's a housing fund that puts into this, you know, then we would want to write the housing fund into the plan to get reimbursed. Again, very new. I've only seen one community do this, but it's something that people are experimenting with.
Good. We'll look forward to exploring those options with your expertise. Thank you very much. All right. Anything further? Okay, let's go forward. Okay, we'll move now to our other items. First, we have a first reading of a resolution to amend the lake level orders to establish normal lake levels for Austin Lake, Long Lake, and West Lake. We have some folks to join us to speak to this. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Xenia Voss, Deputy Drain Commissioner. Jason Wuersma, our Drain Commissioner, isn't able to be here today, attending other meetings. But we're glad to have our legal expert here with us today. I'd like to introduce Stacy Hisong from Fahey Schultz Burt's
Close enough.
and Roads. She specializes in drain codes and lake levels. So she is here to explain the necessity of the resolution for the Austin, Long, and West Lake. So with that said, I'm handing it over to Stacy and she'll take it from here and answer your questions. Thank you.
Welcome to you.
Thank you very much. So, being very mindful of your time, I'm sure you're all experts in Part 307, but I'm going to go through a little bit of it for you anyhow. So Part 307 is, in 1994, all the environmental statutes in the state of Michigan were recodified under the Natural Resources Environmental Protection Act and REPA. And so it's different parts. So Part 307 is inland lake level. So we're going to be referring to that as Part 307. And so with lakes, there's two different statutes in REPA that deal with that. There's what's called a Lake Improvement Board that deals with weed treatment. And then there, where a member of the County Board of Commissioners sits on that board along with the Drain Commissioner and other local officials. And then there's what's called Part 307, which is established legal lake levels. And that deals more with the water control structures or dams. In those situations, it is the jurisdiction of the County Board of Commissioners for those specific lakes. And you do have several of those in Kalamazoo County. And so there are probably 350 of our almost 5,000 lakes that have established lake levels under Part 307. So there are three different entities that play a large role in managing and operating a lake level: the County Board of Commissioners, the Circuit Court Judge, which Circuit Court judges just absolutely love having that responsibility, and then the Drain Commissioner, who often serves as the delegated authority. And so these are the various roles when you have an established lake level and dealing with a water control structure or structures. Lake levels can also deal with augmentation wells, and I think we have that in a couple of your lake levels as well. In this situation, we're just dealing with a dam. So there's the establishment of that lake level, which is a legal process, and then there's the design construction. You take ownership, so the county is the owner or has responsibility for those. Under the statute, there are inspections, the operation and maintenance, ensuring the structures through the county, the financing of the construction, and then the levying of special assessments. So it's quite an involved process. So the County Board of Commissioners is the ultimate entity responsible for these lake levels, but the county can appoint what's called a delegated authority under Part 307. In Kalamazoo County, that is your Drain Commissioner. And basically the county board decides the big ticket items. Should we have a lake level? Should we do a project, etc.? Ultimately approves project costs and assessment roles, but then the delegated authority basically administers the decisions of the County Board of Commissioners. So they perform the ministerial duties of that. So they deal with the engineering, the construction, the getting bids, the easements, the permits, putting together the assessment roles, etc. So that would be appointed by the county board to the Drain Commissioner's office. And so when we're dealing with a lake level, that is all under this, the circuit court does two things. The circuit court, once the county board decides they want to have a lake level, sets the lake level and then sets the boundaries of a special assessment district if the county board decides they want a special assessment district. And so a circuit court order can include the lake level, a seasonal level, which means you might have that level go down into winter to protect the lake owners from erosion or ice damage, those types of issues, lake level variations due to weather, etc., and then the special assessment district. So those are the four things that we like to see in a lake level order. This sounds, I deal with these all over the state. Almost every lake level order from the past doesn't have everything right. And so we are trying to go through, and your Kalamazoo County Drain Commissioner is doing a really good job of tackling these one at a time to go through and update them. And so this sounds like it should be the case, but almost always it's not. Your physical level should match the level in your court order. That doesn't always occur. Over a period of decades, people change things without anybody knowing it, or there was a survey error and they're not the same, so you're in violation of the court order and you don't even realize it. So we want to make sure that's the case. And then in the situation where we have a chain of lakes where they're hydrologically connected, meaning one dam impacts more than one lake, then we want to make sure all those impacted lakes have some security for what the lake level should be. And then a lot of the lake level orders, if they're older, have old datum. So for modern surveying units, it's like using centimeters when we now measure in inches, and it doesn't make sense. We try, when we're updating a lake level order, we try to update all of these to get them to modern day standards. And then if you are drawing down a lake in the winter, then that needs to be included in the lake level order. It should include effective dates for those levels. Some lakes require conditions for the drawdown, so we work with Eagle in doing that. And so if you're drawing down the lake level and it's not in the order, you're in violation of your circuit court order, and you're in violation of Part 301 of NREPA for inland lakes and streams for not having a permit. So it's important that we do all those things. So if you don't have the winter level in the order, not only are you violating the court order, but a permit is required by Eagle each year to do that. If it's in your court order, though, there's an administrative rule that says you don't have to get any permits from Eagle to do that drawdown if they find no adverse environmental impact. So we don't want to be in violation of court orders or in violation of NREPA statutes with Eagle. So we want to make sure those are in there. And then I think we have a court case that now deals with this, but I think it's important for public transparency that people understand that there are variations. So we like to include those in the order. What I mean by this is if you have a lake level set here, it is going to change depend on droughts, rain events, how warm it is with absorption, etc. People don't always understand that. And so when they see the lake level monitoring and it's supposed to be here and it hasn't rained in 2 months and it's down here, they're upset and wonder why, and they think you're in violation of the order, or vice versa. We've just had storms like we've had this spring and you're above the order and people are wondering why. So we like to include variation language in the orders that explains Mother Nature plays a role here for weather-related purposes. As long as it's not purposeful, there may be variations in that lake level because it is a natural, impacted by natural events. And so here's the big one why we're here today. You are allowed to, as a county board of commissioners, to have a special assessment district for each lake level. Almost every county does on each of their lake levels. You do not have one for this lake. You have one for several other of your lake levels. And so that's an item, whether it's work now or preparing for work in the future, that we are recommending on behalf of the Drain Commissioner that the Board of Commissioners confirms and adopts a special assessment district for this. If you do not, it is a general fund expense. You have to set up, and it is quite the process to set up, different than other statutes to set up the special assessment district. And so if a special assessment district is set up, then that covers all of the costs relating to that specific lake level. And I might, for your information, we can get you more details if you like. You have other lake levels, and they do have special assessment districts that are levied assessments for certain projects. But this one, for whatever reason, historically is not. So special assessment districts under Part 307 are slightly different than others. And so basically it's those so it's a special assessment, not a tax, not based on who has a boat or a jet ski in the lake, not who uses the public access. It's those property who have a private legal access to the lake. That means you're either on the lake or your back lot that has either an easement or something in their plat that gives that property rights to use the lake that is different than the public. Those properties would normally be who we recommend be in the special assessment district. And so if you're right on the water, we call that direct. If you're off the water, but you have some sort of access through a plat or other easement, then that would be indirect. And so the first step in cleaning up the order is basically going through the process of determining who's in or out of the special assessment district. And we would be doing that working with the local assessors, with the equalization office, with engineers in the drain office, to go through basically all of the plats all through the lake, work with the assessors who has easements for access to the lake to develop the boundaries of the special assessment district. So we actually take that's part of the resolution that's before you. We take that to the circuit court. And I have some slides about this. This is the part where I told you the judges absolutely love us coming in, because the judges actually have to go through a hearing where everyone in the special assessment district is invited to testify and confirm the special assessment district boundaries. So in this situation, we have lakes that are what would be called a chain of lakes, or that are hydrologically connected, meaning that a dam impacts more than one lake. So you have a structure that impacts all three lakes here. And so each of the lakes, because they benefit from that water control structure, are normally part of the special assessment district. So in this situation, Long Lake flows through into Austin Lake through a canal from the east, West Lake flows into Austin Lake through a canal from the west, and the Austin Lake Dam impacts all three lake levels. Easy stuff, not complicated at all. And so we would be looking at a special assessment district for all those properties that are benefited by having the Austin Lake Dam. Okay, so Austin Lake is a Part 307 regulated dam because it's an established lake level. That has already happened. It is not regulated under what's called Part 315 of NREPA, the Dam Safety Act. So I'm going to call it a water control structure, not a dam, even though that's the modern term you would hear for that, because it doesn't hold enough water back or high enough to meet the standards under Part 315 to be considered a regulated dam under that part. That's very good because there are much more difficult restrictions to meet in terms of expenses for the dam if it meets that that level. So it's a Part 307 regulated dam, low level, good condition, recently inspected. The dam, this is another part we have to clean up. We are removing boards. We are operating it as a seasonal lake level, but that is not in our order. So we need to take care of that. The historical practice is to remove one board from the control structure, results in the lake approximately lowering 3.5 inches lower than the established lake level each fall. And again, that's not in our lake level, so technically in violation of the Circuit Court order and Part 301 of NREPA. So this lake level was established in 1925 with sea level wording. And so part of the reason you don't have a special assessment district, the Inland Lake Level Act in 1925 didn't have language for a special assessment district. That only happened in the 60s. And so it's not unusual for a pre-1960s lake level order to not have a special assessment district unless the county's cleaning up all of their lake levels. So that's what we have here. It wasn't an error 100 years ago. It wasn't in the statute, but it is now. So we don't have that. It references Long and West Lake, but it doesn't include specific levels for them. We know that they're benefited by it, but I think it's important to explain to property owners what if the level in Austin Lake is here with the dam set there, what does that mean for the lake levels of Long and West Lake? So that's another item we'd like to clean up. And again, we don't have a special assessment district in that order. So in 1939, it was revised to add the Long Lake level at 856 feet above sea level, and sea level is not modern datum that we're using. That's basically 1929 datum. Again, no special assessment order or assessment district. So we have quite a bit of cleanup to do. We would like to update the lake level orders to include all three lakes, update their datum, make sure their physical level and their legal level match, and include that seasonal level that we've been operating historically, but not included in the lake level order. So.
Thank you. I just want to keep us moving.
Yep.
And it looks like we're coming to the end
Yep.
here, but if you
Yep.
share what
All
you
done.
need from this board,
Very
and then we have questions from commissioners.
Yep.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, the reason Gord Neck has a lake level and the other is they have lake associations. Is there a reason that we don't have lake associations in those three lakes? That's my first of several questions.
Okay, there may be lake associations, but the county, in 100 years ago, there was a decision that the county take jurisdiction of the dam. And so it's your jurisdiction. And so some dams are operated by a lake association, but some are operated by the county. I think you will see a change from private ownership to county ownership since the recent statutory changes and the weather and dam situations we've had up north this year.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was, historically, one of the biggest things in those three lakes is every September, September area, the drain commissioner will probably receive maybe 100 phone calls in a month from people on that lake asking why the level has dropped so much. Usually I think everybody assumed it was kind of drought or, month of August. But you're saying that historically we've been removing a board from the dam to specifically drop the
Yes,
level of the
and
lake?
most likely not in August. It's most likely much later than that. And we can talk about this very specifics of when that date is. Normally it's in October and November. People are seeing in August, the heat, the absorption
Yep.
is impacting that.
That's usually
Yeah.
and that would be the number one expense for that would be basically pumping water from below into the lake, correct?
So in this situation, there is not an augmentation well. So, and I don't think one is being proposed, and it may be very expensive and difficult permitting to do that. This is just so what we're proposing in this resolution is not changing anything at this point unless we hear from people otherwise, other than getting you to be not in violation of the lake level order and then setting up a special assessment district so that when improvements do take place, that's in place because it has to go through a circuit court process. Since we're already going through the circuit court process to change all these other things, we thought we'd go through the process at that time to also set up the boundaries of the special assessment.
So what we're doing here basically is setting the process so that we can then go to the circuit court and set the boundaries for an assessment district, correct?
Correct. So a resolution by this board is necessary to file a petition to go to circuit court. When we go to circuit court, we clean up the levels. We enter a winter level unless someone decides not to have one. We add specific levels for all three lakes. We add the variation language and we add the boundaries of the special assessment district.
Okay, and then the boundaries of that special assessment district would be decided in the circuit court. It wouldn't be decided what we're doing here right now.
No, you just say you would like a special assessment district. The delegated authority works to come up with a recommendation that we take to court. And then the circuit court hears testimony from everyone on the lake that wishes to, and then ultimately decides the boundary.
And the special assessment district would pay for the dam, or it'd be somebody that would sell the dam to a private company?
So no, would pay for the maintenance and operation of the dam. Right now, it's the county general fund expense.
That does it.
And this would allow the county board, if it chooses, to levy special assessments. It's not obligated to, but it has that potential to do
And
that.
it would be the county board that levies the assessments, not necessarily the delegation of whoever the delegate
Yeah,
is.
the delegated authority is the lucky fellow that has all the meetings and takes all that from the public. They would hold the meetings they would come up with the rules, send the notices, hold the hearing. After that hearing, they would take it to this body for final approval of the computation of cost and the special assessment rule. So the boundaries are who's in, who's out. The special assessment rule includes the methodology with a specific cost.
Well, since noon today, I've received 6 calls on this, so
Okay.
I'm sure there will be more people from
Oh,
that's
yes.
my district, so.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, so what we're doing is just creating an option to go to court to create a special assessment district so when that dam does need repairs or maintenance, that would be paid for by the special assessment district, not the general fund. That's for all practicality, that's what we're doing.
Correct. So there's a number of items that need to be updated in the order to not be in violation. And then if this board chooses setting that special assessment, because you have to notice everybody in the whole district to go to court. If we're going through that expense and that time and effort, we might as well set up the special assessment district too. You may choose never to use it, but it's there in the event that you need it. And we're taking care of all of that in one court proceeding.
And sorry,
Vice
one of the
Chair.
things that the special assessment district in Gord Neck Lake, for instance, is probably one of the fairest ones I've ever seen, where they have a different assessment for if you have a channel property versus if you have 100 foot of frontage. And this is going to raise your property value much more than somebody that just has access, so that there's more of equity in how you're charging. So if you have a large house and a large frontage, you're paying more in your assessment district, but that would be decided later.
Yes, so the court does not want to get into that. They're who's in and who's out, and then the delegated authority with approval of this board sets the methodology. It's normally someone without direct access or on a canal, perhaps, gets one level versus a front lot. Sometimes frontage is used, sometimes it's not. Other considerations are if you have a boat launch, if you have a marina, if you have a campground, if you have a hotel. Those are items that are a more intense use of the lake than other properties, so they might be assessed differently. Sometimes frontage is used, sometimes it's not.
If at this time, Vice Chair, I'm sure you could take additional questions.
I'll have
Offline from
emails.
now. We appreciate the dialogue. We'll have more. This will come back. And again, the board would vote before ever taking action on recouping funding from a special assessment district. Thank you for the presentation and for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's move forward to the next item. Is a request for approval of a resolution establishing an ARPA expenditure deadline for awardees. Administrator, would you like to speak to this one?
I'll be very brief. We were directed to draft a resolution to establish an ARPA deadline of September 1st. And so that's what's before you for consideration. We're happy to take any questions about the contents of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. Do we have questions? Seeing none. All right, we will move that one forward. Thank you for formalizing that language for us. We'll move next to the discussion on authorizing Administrator Controller to pursue a long-range financial plan in order to implement the facilities master plan. And will we be hearing from Deputy Administrator Cole? All right, he'll be joining us virtually.
Good afternoon. Can the board hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Deputy Administrator.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good evening or early evening, board. It's a pleasure to address you in this different format for me. Miss your smiling faces. This request on the agenda simply is just the opportunity to be more focused with providing the board options and how to address the capital needs of the county as evidenced in the facilities master plan. Right now, generally, there's discussion in terms of scaling back facilities master plan without necessarily charting out what the costs and the steps would be in terms of trying to get that done, even if it's sliding the schedule. So the request is to endeavor to put together a strategy and approach supported by some external assistance, so then the board would have a full appreciation of the cost and the impact, the recommended fiscal controls necessary to be able to implement any number of the projects should the board decide to move forward with them.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Do you want to speak a bit to the outside assistance that will help in the development of the strategy?
Yes. Currently right now, finance has contractual assistance with Maynard. And so we would work with Maynard to chart forth several different options to present to the board. And this would be inclusive of a staggering of how to address the projects and facilities master plan. They have the listing of the projects over a period of years. So the first most critical projects is a spread of over 1 to 5 years. And so that's the estimate of cost for those out projects. And so if the board recalls, the facilities master plan was not just brick and mortar, it was programmatic elements. And so by focusing on the programmatic elements, whichever direction the board would choose to go when it comes to the brick and mortar, we could at least measure against anticipated community needs and the staff necessary to address those needs. And so should we go through that exercise to change the scope, the size, we can always keep that in mind and use that in the direction that administration would receive from the board.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Do we have any? Yeah, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for putting this together. Reading through this, I look at it as I would think the Board of Commissioners should be involved in this process. It says to authorize the administrator controller to place the current administration building on the market. I'm good with that. Any potential sale of current administration be a factor of scale, scope, and financial feasibility of a new administration building. Final approval of any sale purchase agreement. And then it talks about the long-range financial plan limited to fiscal controls. It talks about our cost of living increases, operational cost reductions, hiring freezes. These are all things that we should discuss as a county board of commissioners, as a full board. And I think before we even get to the long-term financial planning of it, I think this board needs to have a special meeting where we do nothing but talk about the facilities master plan. What is in there, what needs to get accomplished, and what doesn't. We've had that facilities master plan in front of us a couple different times, and there's been various comments of what is a priority, what is on that first to 5 years that is not a priority of this board of commissioners that can be taken off of it. What can we do, and then how do we fund it, and what really basically what comes first? As much as I really want to build a new administration building, and I don't want to build a new jail, we've got a serious liability coming down the pipe. And if we don't really talk about it and address it as a full board of commissioners, not delegating it to some outside consultants, but us as a group coming to that determination, we're going to get ourselves into a lot of trouble a year or 2 years from down the road when we don't have the opportunity to pivot, or we get lawsuits up, left and right from the jail, and we're building an administration building. I think we really need to have a special meeting where we do nothing but talk about the facilities master plan. Then to do a special meeting where we as a board do nothing but talk about our budget, and we should do it in coordination with our administrator and with our finance team. But I think this is something that absolutely needs commissioner involvement.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I just want to recognize, I'm sure Deputy Administrator will also chime in. So what this is putting in front of us is the administration being able to seek outside consultation so they can present a variety of options for the board to talk through and determine then what are the priorities. If we were tackling multiple priorities, what is then the depth of the impact that it has on the other items as it's stipulated in the bar. And I want to recognize the expertise of administration, and that the involvement of the board in all of these decisions is the function of the board. So we certainly wouldn't be outside of those dialogues. Deputy Administrator, I heard you potentially trying to chime in. I want to give you an opportunity further to that.
No, thank you, Chair. I think you actually nailed it. That was the point. For those types of discussions, I want to make sure the board has a full accounting of the costs and not projecting what things may or may not. How financing could or couldn't happen. Really want to be able to sharpen the pencil for those conversations based off of where we are today. And then that would be an iterative process, obviously directed by the board. But we want to start with some solid footing and solid numbers and solid scenarios.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I want to agree with the concerns I'm hearing from Vice Chair, and as I've heard from other commissioners and myself, the conditions at the jail are very concerning. And I think that is a facility that needs to be prioritized as expeditiously as possible. And I think analysis here can help us recognize the depth and the options that we have, hopefully, to do just that. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. We need to have a full discussion board-wise of our facilities and what direction we want to go. I've said this quite a bit now, and I can continue to say a full board discussion on, what steps we're going to take next. And I think the board needs to be fully involved in this, and I concur with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morales and Commissioner Ray.
So speaking of our jail conditions, I mean, even if we invested, I mean, this is like a cleanliness problem. Is the new jail gonna be clean? Like, what's prohibiting, inmates not sleeping with feces that looks like it's dried on the wall? And I don't know if outside companies come in or if, people who have, more than a year are given those jobs. But as we think about lawsuits and different things coming down the pipeline, I don't think, I don't know if will a new facility be upkept? You know what I'm saying? So I don't disagree that we should be having conversations, and I'm not a sheriff, I'm not a cop, I've never worked in a vicinity like that. I'm putting a little judgment on there just because my constituents are continuously tagging us on Facebook, sending us inboxes of things that they cannot make up. So I just want to put that out there, however we look at it, how can we ensure that, the jails have what they need to keep a facility clean? Because right now it's horrific.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with all of that. But I also want to just say that I agree with the Vice Chair's comments that we definitely need to have more conversations. And then also more conversations about putting the current administration building on the market now. When I first got on the board, we were looking at the courthouse and waiting for the new one to be built, and we were paying rent in a building that we sold too soon. So I think that we just need to know more before we start putting this building on the market and potentially paying somebody rent because there's delays or whatever the case is with the new administration building. So I just wanted to say that I agree that we need to have some additional dialogue and conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Deputy Administrator, can you speak to what would a proposed timeline look like if this building were to go on the market now? We certainly, if we were breaking ground on a new administration tomorrow, which is certainly not when we're breaking ground on it, we would be a few years out, or at least more than a year from completed construction. Can you help us understand what the timeline would look like to put this up for sale? And are we endeavoring there to explore the market value or interest in the property? Help illuminate that a bit, please.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yeah, that would be the purpose, is to understand what the market is. This is a highly desirable plot of land from a zoning perspective. There's no height restrictions. And so just understanding what the market is would undoubtedly have an impact on how you would evaluate those potential revenues, earnest money, deposits, in terms of how you would contemplate implementing the rest of the structures. So without that, and you're purely thinking you're paying 100% for everything, that's not an accurate representation of how many of these projects could, should, or would get funded in an ideal sense. So there is a lot of irons in the fire, really putting additional ones to add more shape to the issue and the opportunities. When it comes to timing, you're exactly correct. The design process would take the better part of a year. Construction, I would estimate at probably 18 months to 24 months. It could be even more aggressive than that. So that's all about scheduling and sequencing projects if you weren't trying to do it linear. And when you're looking at sales, I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on TV. I'll have corporation counsel stop me. But when you look at those sales, you can also time that. So you're really looking at an agreed upon price in today's value. and putting in some protections with that, and timing the possession of the building and all that work. So it just allows for the time to structure a deal so the concerns that were raised by Commissioner Ray could actually be addressed. So we would not be paying rent. So that could all be part of the potential deal structure.
And so the benefit, if I'm understanding, scene of posting it for sale is we get we would expect a more accurate valuation of the property rather than just an assessment of value because of
Yep,
the potential redevelopment of it and who competes for the,
correct.
okay. All right. Commissioner Ray, do you have a follow-up?
I just want to say, one, we can do all of those things without putting it on the market for sale. And then when we talk about 2-3 years down the line, why would we want to lock in on a price today when it's gonna be valued at more, especially with the event center being built right next door, parking structure across the street? Why lock in today, right? That to me doesn't make sense.
Deputy Administrator, could you speak to that? What's the benefit of getting a market valuation or competing bids today versus, a year from now or a year and a half?
I think it's just the cost of decisions, one way or the other. Right now, knowing that that this is part of our process allows for that competition to have to take place immediately. Sign potential contracts and agreements immediately, and then the board would have enough information to be able to move forward. A lot can happen in 3 years, good, bad, whichever, and you'll be dealing with those issues and conditions then. That right now we have a lot more flexibility. 3 years from now, in terms of what we would do, we would have less, in a sense, less flexibility. And most investors would recognize it's better to get the property, at today's prices than attempt to do it in 3 years from now. So, even from a competition standpoint, for the right to purchase, it would serve, in a sense, the county better to do that more immediately than later, I would think. But Commissioner Ray raises a valid point and opportunity as well. But that would represent my thinking, is to get as much information and opportunities you can today so you can make decisions today, because the cost of waiting to make decisions does also cost the county as well.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree with the idea behind this. I do think that we absolutely need to get as much information as we possibly can. I suggest that we do an ad hoc committee with finance and with administration, that we sit down and we look at this and have Maynard come in. I would certainly like to be a part of this process. This is how do I put this? This is one of the bigger things that we've done in the last 3 to 5 years, is come up with a long-term financial plan. It's got things in here like cost of living increases. That affects our budget of what kind of raises we give to employees, hiring freezes, the valuation. I agree with Commissioner Ray. Absolutely, we should not be selling this building right now when it's going up in about 8 to 12% per year. The only people that would want to do that is maybe somebody from Plascor. That would be the only person that would be interested in buying this building at today's prices. But in my opinion, I think we need to establish an ad hoc committee and work with administration and work with our finance, so that we can come up with a long-term plan. Because Deputy Administrator is absolutely right. If you come from a CIP meeting, our buildings and grounds don't know what to fix in this building because they don't know how long we're going to be here. We've got to tell them, and we've got to tell them soon. I am suggesting that we create an ad hoc committee and we do it in the next 2 weeks. And this is overdue, and it needs to be done with input in this process from the County Board of Commissioners, and it needs to be done in a transparent process. We owe it to our constituents to have these conversations in public so that they can hear us and they can hear where we're coming from, and not just a bunch of options so that we get to pick door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3, but don't choose door 1 or 3, choose door 2. I really think that we need to be a part of this process.
Thank you for the input, Vice Chair. Is there any additional comments or questions? All right, I believe I'm hearing support for Vice Chair's suggestion for the ad hoc committee. Who is interested in participating in that? So it's like the board. It's looking like the board. Okay. All right, so it sounds more like now what we have is an appetite for a special session of the board to dive into additional detail and dialogue. Administrator, what, or deputy administrator, what was the timeline in the manner where you had proposed to get the outside support for review and consideration? And how would that align with a special session of the board?
First and foremost, I would do a sit down with Maynard and design what that charrette process would be now that it's become what the board has expressed desired, and I would endeavor to come back at the second meeting to present how that would go, and we would then set a schedule for for that exercise.
Does that sound amiable to commissioners?
No, at the next meeting.
Yeah, he'll talk at the next meeting and the details of how we could approach that special session. All right, hearing no opposition to that. Deputy Administrator, I appreciate your dialogue and presentation to help us to develop this robust plan. You know, as we go forward and for the community, I think our jail is a really prime example, as is the Pratt Justice Center. We do have to be thinking in a long-term manner about the infrastructure required to effectively run county governance. And every time that if we choose to delay making decisions, there is a later cost to that. So it may seem like less cost currently, it translates into more cost later. So it's just the board having eyes clear, evaluating those pros and cons, and prioritizing what matters most to the commission and to the community we represent, and making sure that we are executing that as expeditiously as possible, because that ultimately is the most effective stewardship of our resources that we've got. Okay. All right. Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Is there anything further to add?
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to go now to discussion on the support of the recommendation of Fishbeck for architect and engineering services. Oh, it's still Deputy Administrator Cole. I don't know if I excused him if he stepped away or if he's still with us. Administrator. Oh, good. I'm so sorry. So I can't see you, Terrell, so I'm sorry. That's the, my natural awkwardness exaggerated here. So anyway, will you go forward with our recommendation on architect for Fishbeck, please? Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. And Board, thank you. The administration requests the board to support the recommendation of Fishbeck as the preferred firm for the architectural engineering services for the new county administration building. Following the completion of an evaluation process, the evaluation committee determined that Fishbeck provided the proposal best representing the value to the county. Via committee, Fishbeck received the highest overall evaluation ranking based off of the published evaluation criteria and demonstrated comprehensive understanding of the county's project goals, operational needs, schedule concerns, and long-term coordination requirements, complexity associated with the development of the new county admin building. I will also share with the board that of the proposals, Fishbeck's distinguished itself with the complexity and depth of their project approach, including their project coordination and project management methodologies, and quality control procedures. And most importantly, their stakeholder engagement process. And the methods that we use for the evaluation were initially blind to price. That was a last concern, and looking at where they ranked, they were in the middle. And so, we are able to, with their project approach, selecting them from a professional services perspective, are able to execute a not to exceed amount approach on the contract. So that gives us the ability to scale back some elements. So this lines up quite well with the discussion that we'll be having in terms of giving that input with respect to the admin building that would lead into the design process. And so we are looking to engage with Fishback in that process, but execute it with a not to exceed amount.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Are there questions from the commission? Vice Chair?
Just if we do decide at our meeting that we're decide to go with the jail as the first build and not the administration building, would we be able to keep the design from Fishback, I'm assuming, and kind of wait until it's kind of the administration building's turn and then be able to still use those designs?
Yes, the only change then would be potential costs, market changing on the costs. And thank you, Chair. That's actually a great opportunity to have another discussion when it comes to the how we do buildings. I would always strongly recommend approaching these in two phases, so that you do a design phase and then you do the construction phase distinctly. So then you're always able to kind of come back to the board and do that check-in, as opposed to thinking that you have to do it sequentially. Just understanding that any delay does affect price. You know that as well as anybody. But you can have that design, the design can hold, and you just have to go back and get some adjustments on price.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. My question is sort of similar. I'm just concerned that we're going ahead with something that need to be done in 2 years and something that we may be doing shortly. And I don't like spending money that would appear to be wasted if we decide, hey, the jail needs to be done first, or the household hazardous waste needs to be in the spotlight somewhere. That we aren't getting the administration building heading that way, and then all of a sudden, put on the brakes and let's go somewhere else. I think that's the reason we need to have that conversation about the facilities, and before we start spending more money designing something that may need to be redesigned in 2 years anyway. So my concern is just, I don't want to waste money. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I just think the board needs to have a very serious conversation about the facilities and which one's going first before we start designing something that we may not use for 5 or 6 years. Sorry.
And if I'm
Yes,
able
Deputy
to
Administrator, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give the board some perspective on a couple of elements when it comes to these projects. The admin building, from a site perspective, it's it is essentially ready to go, right? There's not a lot of operational impact that would happen moving forward with the design, and delaying actually moving forward on that particular design. The jail, however, is incredibly complex, because that's depending on the direction of the board, it's locating a site that is large enough to accommodate, quote unquote, a new jail. And if you decide to do a restructuring of the jail, that would have to be done in significant phases. So, as you look at the work ahead of what it means to do the jail project, quote unquote, that can mean many, many different things. with wildly varying costs and when those costs are incurred, which rolls right back into having that long range financial plan with the practical application. So it's not necessarily in a situation where you have to do either or. It is actually how you phase the whole thing from design and when you decide to construct.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. And I think, helping the board get a sense about how we can tackle these major needs and not in an either or way. I look forward to that dialogue further with the board. So before us now, we have that recommendation of Fishback. Do we have other questions? We'll move forward with that. Commissioner Ray.
Yep, thank you, Chair. I just have one question. When I was reading the board agenda request form, it spoke about the evaluation team. Is that the building authority or is that administration?
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Speak to who is on the evaluation team.
Yes, it was members of IT, buildings and grounds, and administration.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Vice Chair.
Yeah, and I think the building authority would be more involved in the construction management portion of it, less involved in the architectural portion of it. I'm okay with this. Fishback is a really good company. It was one of the higher bids, but they are a local company. They're a good company. And the question that I asked about, will these designs hold? And Deputy Administrator said they would. So I'm good with going ahead and because we're going to need an administration building, whether it's 2 years from now or 5 years from now or 6 years from now. And if these designs hold, then obviously we'd have to go through and recalibrate pricing. But I'm good with getting one more small piece of that huge puzzle done. Are we going to use that piece right away? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But it's something that we're going to have to do eventually. So I'm in support of this particular one.
Thank you. And, design costs escalate later if they're not endeavored now as well. Okay, I think we are done on that discussion. Deputy Administrator, thank you for taking a break from your conference. We're hopefully you're having a productive time there, and we'll welcome you back when you return.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, we'll go now. We have just a first reading that is proposed. A request for approval of it's actually a proclamation in condolence honoring the life of Magnolia E. Maggie Bodley, and first reading of approval of a proclamation of condolence honoring the life of Betty Louise Cunningham. Commissioner Ray brought those forward. Do you want to speak to them now? Go ahead.
Sure. So Mayor Bobby Hopewell and Commissioner Eric Cunningham both lost their mom last Tuesday. So I thought that we should draft a proclamation, just sending our condolences as a full board. So I drafted something. I appreciate you all allowing it to go onto the agenda without the process, how I am about the process, but just wanted to send those condolences to their families.
Thanks for prioritizing that, Commissioner Ray. That's appreciated. Any questions on those? Okay, at this time, we will go to item 7, which is our closed session. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I move to enter into closed session to consider the periodic personnel evaluation of the County Administrator Controller pursuant to MCL 15.268A as requested by the County Administrator Controller on April 28th, 2026.
Motions made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here, or yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuke,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yeah.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
8 yes.
All right, that motion carries. We are adjourned to closed session. All right, we'll come back to order from closed session. Commissioner Wheeler.
I'll make a motion to come out of closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler to come out of closed session. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Wheeler.
I make a motion to approve the closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler to approve the closed session minutes. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. With that, we are adjourned. I'm going to call to order the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners regular business meeting for May the 19th, 2026. Thank you to the patience for the community, so that the commissioners could get a brief break between our sessions. We'll go to our first item is invocation or reflection. Commissioner Mazur has gone home for the evening, so Commissioner Wheeler has volunteered to take this. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you. No need to stand. I'll just say, let us begin by acknowledging the importance of this gathering. And may we strive to create a space where everyone feels valued and heard. May we approach the tasks at hand with open minds and hearts and seek to understand and learn from one another. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wheeler. We'll go to item 3, which is our roll call. Clerk, will you please call our roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazur, Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. And both Commissioner Gisler is away with family today, and Commissioner Mazur was present earlier, but not needed to go home. All right, we'll go to item 4. This is our proclamations. First, we'll take up item 2026-508, a request for approval of a 25-year proclamation honoring Yvette Harrison, juvenile probation officer from the Kalamazoo County Ninth Circuit Court. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proclamation to honor Yvette Harrison. Whereas Yvette Harrison has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of April 1st, 2026. And whereas Yvette Harrison has faithfully served as a juvenile probation officer. And whereas Yvette has worked diligently to build and strengthen partnerships with community agencies and organizations in an effort to create meaningful opportunities for young people. And whereas through the Bridging Opportunities Program, Yvette has played an instrumental role in helping youth gain access to summer employment opportunities that promote responsibility, skill development, confidence, and positive community engagement. And whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it is through longevity that expertise in employees' particular field is achieved. And now, therefore be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with gratitude the many years of dedication and service Yvette Harrison has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Commissioner Wheeler, do you want to present that, sir? If you will come forward, Commissioner Wheeler would like to just present you with a copy of your proclamation. What was that? Yeah, somebody will. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your service. Thanks for being here with us this evening. Good. Congratulations. Commissioner DeLu.
I have a proclamation to honor Chastity Harder Laws. Whereas Chastity Harder Laws has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of May 14th, 2026. Whereas Chastity Harder Laws has faithfully served as a hearing and vision specialist. And whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it is through longevity that the expertise in an employee's particular field is achieved. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with gratitude the many years of dedication and service Chastity Harder Laws has imparted to the residents of the county, and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
Motion is made by Commissioner DeLu, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Chastity, I believe that you are in attendance this evening as well? Are you with us? Right, I'm not seeing her. I know. Well, we appreciate your service and thank you so much. And we'll recognize that as we go forward. All right, thank you. Right, next we have a proclamation honoring Emil Zimmer, Sergeant from the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Oh, goodness. To entertain a motion.
Do you need me to read it or so?
You can, if you, up to you.
Whereas Emil Zimmer has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of April 1st, 2026. Whereas Emil Zimmer has faithfully served as a sergeant, and whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it is through longevity that expertise in the employee's particular field is achieved. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with gratitude the many years of dedication and service Emil Zimmer has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, Emil. I know Emil is not in attendance this evening, but again, thank you for your service to the county and all of our constituents and residents. All right, next we're going to move forward for the proclamation to proclaim recognizing June 2026 as Justice Against Bullying at Schools, or JABS Awareness Month in Kalamazoo County. Do you have anyone who'd like to read that to the record? Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Proclaiming June 2026 Justice Against Bullying at Schools, JABS Awareness Month in Kalamazoo County. Whereas Justice Against Bullying at School, JABS, has served nearly 800 youth impacted by bullying in Kalamazoo County since 2016. And whereas during that time, JABS has raised awareness, educated, supported, and empowered youth who have been affected by bullying in some way. Whereas the JABS initiative was recognized by the governor on its 5th anniversary and presented with a certificate of recognition. And whereas JABS employs and trains youth impacted by bullying and gun violence through the JABS Event Factory. And whereas JABS strongly supports the inclusion of students in the development of anti-bullying policy-making process and allows students to form and organize groups to advocate for their own right to safe, bully-free, nonviolent educational spaces. And whereas anti-bullying initiatives like JABS are proving to be transformative in combating the childhood traumatic events of bullying in academic environments, as well as enhancing better outcomes for students. And whereas Kalamazoo County has resolved to be a leader in trauma-informed work and has adopted a resolution to build trauma-informed, resilient, and healthy Kalamazoo County on April 3rd, 2018. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners recognizes June 2026 to be Justice Against Bullying at School, JABS, Awareness Month from this day forward, and encourages all Kalamazoo County residents to recognize and support justice against bullying at school for strengthening our community and holding onto the promise for everyone, especially the school-aged youth in Kalamazoo County.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Jabs, would you like to come up and receive your proclamation? Take that to them. I don't know if any of the commissioners want to join. Go ahead and come forward. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. I am going to take the privilege just to read the next proclamation. This is a proclamation recognizing June 2026 as Pride Month in Kalamazoo County. Whereas June 2026 marks the 57-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising. And whereas the Stonewall Uprising has led to the commemoration of June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. And whereas Outfront Kalamazoo has served as the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, or LGBTQIA+ community of Southwest Michigan for the past 30 years. And whereas during that time, the LGBTQIA+ community has grown in the face of adversity to become a more safe, welcome, and visible part of the community of Kalamazoo County. And whereas the people of Kalamazoo, including the city of Kalamazoo, city of Portage, Kalamazoo Township, Oshtemo Township, have actively supported their LGBTQIA+ neighbors through a growing number of human rights ordinances that protect people from discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity in housing, employment, and public accommodations. And whereas Kalamazoo County accepts the full equality for the LGBTQIA+ community as nevertheless yet to be realized, and continues to strive toward the end of LGBTQIA+ homelessness in Kalamazoo, the end of LGBTQIA+ teen suicide and bullying in our society, and to the end of isolated and harassed LGBTQIA+ elders in our nursing homes and assisted living facilities, among so much more. And whereas Outfront Kalamazoo continues providing to the LGBTQIA+ and ally community members in need of access to resources necessary to help all people of our community be happy, healthy, and productive members of society. And whereas Kalamazoo County and Outfront Kalamazoo celebrate the diversity of all sexual orientations and gender identities, embrace the county's principle of treating residents with dignity, honesty, respect, and fairness, and promote a community where everyone can love who they are. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes June 2026 to be LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Kalamazoo County, and encourages all Kalamazoo County residents to recognize and support Outfront Kalamazoo and Kalamazoo Pride for strengthening our community.
So moved.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Ray. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. think we have representatives who'd like to come forward. Michael, do you want to share any comments? You're welcome to do that if you'd like as well. They know they could too.
Right,
but-
nobody else really got to say anything, so I do feel kind of bad taking the space. But what I will say is that I'm great to go after Jazz because we can't do this work alone, and they've been doing this work for so long. So it's great to see them be recognized. But also I appreciate the acknowledgement because this is at a time where it's hard to be LGBTQ, Black or brown in the community across America. We're seeing over 800 pieces of legislation go across the country against specifically trans folks. And so it is hard to do what y'all are doing today. So thank you for having us and thank you for the acknowledgement.
I will backtrack a moment and afford the opportunity if Ms. Gwendolyn Hooker, if you would like to speak. Intended to do that, of course, you will come to show up. Welcome to Gwendolyn, and back to our recognition of Jabs. Welcome.
I appreciate you all so much. Of course, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and all of our commissioners, administrators. I am just really super excited to be here. I believe this is, I want to say our 12th year, but we've been doing this for a while, and every year you guys have really led the work of proclaiming June Justice Against Bullying at School Awareness Month. I'm super excited that it just so happens that the way that the agenda fell this time, we are amongst the partners in our community with the gun violence proclamation, with the LGBTQ Pride Month proclamation, as well as, of course, JAB. So I'm super excited to be in very, very good company. Also, to that point, you all know I have parting gifts. In partnership with many of the folks that are here, we are having our kickoff to gun violence rally on June the 27th, and we have some flyers. We would love for you guys to put it on your calendar. It really is a kickoff to our rally, but it also is recognition of a life that we lost at the skateboard park at Davis Street Park. And so we will be having our kickoff to our annual gun violence rally in the Vine neighborhood at Davis Street Park this year. So please, if your schedule allows, save the date and come out and honor and celebrate the lives that we've lost thus far to gun violence and bullying. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Gwen. All right, do we have a commissioner who'd like to read our gun violence? Okay, Commissioner Wheeler, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proclamation declaring the first Friday in June 2026 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas every day, nearly 130 people in the United States are killed by gun violence, and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 19,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas people in the United States are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas in Michigan has 1,423 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 15 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $16.8 billion each year, of which $380.5 million is paid by taxpayers. Michigan has the 28th highest rate of gun deaths in the US. And whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all gun homicides in the nation occurring in 42 cities. And whereas counties across the nation, including Kalamazoo, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the Commission's highest responsibility. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from those who are a danger to themselves or others. And whereas committee chairpersons, committee members, and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best, are more familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their residents safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as we see gun violence continue to impact communities across the country. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 5th, 2026, to recognize the 29th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to 1, Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun violence, and 2, the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is the color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 5th, the first Friday in June 2026, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 5th, 2026, people across the United States will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby declares the first Friday in June 5th, 2026, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. The Board of Commissioners encourages all residents to support our community's efforts to prevent the tragic impacts of gun violence and to save lives.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, let's pose again, right? Come on. All right, let us recognize our partners. Rick, would you like to come forward? Rick O'Million from Mom's Demand Action.
Hey, you're welcome.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. Many years of this kind of support. Appreciate it. All the things you've done about gun violence as a public health crisis, CAP and the work that you've done, and the ARPA money that's been used for fighting gun violence. I also want to introduce, I'm from Cooper Township, but I want to introduce Rhea from our Coalition of Student Demand Action members in Kalamazoo County. She wanted to say a word too.
Hello,
Welcome, Rita.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Rhea Bott. I'm a student at Portage Northern, but I live in Kalamazoo County. And I'm the co-founder and one of the co-presidents of Students Demand Action Club at Portage Northern. And I'm also part of the Southwest Michigan Coalition Board for Students Demand Action. And I, again, just want to emphasize thank you so much for this proclamation. And this really encourages especially youth at our school and in the local community to get involved with initiatives preventing gun violence, and especially Wear Orange Day and National Gun Violence Awareness Day. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So wear orange on June 5th, and we will be at Pride and other tabling events. And I think we need to talk to Jabs. Oh, yes. And we gave you all a pin you can wear on the 5th. Courtesy of Barb Van Esseltine, one of our members. She said they need pins. So thank you very much for your help over the years.
Thank you very much. All right. I see council. We do have a couple of other, yeah. We have a couple other proclamations, but then we're going to amend the agenda. They'll come up at the end. Okay. All right. Made it. That's all of those. Okay. Let's go to communications. Okay. Let me find my little notepad here a second. So we are in receipt of a number of reports this evening. So we have the Housing Department's 2025 annual report. We're in receipt of the Animal Services and Enforcement 2025 annual report. We received a child care millage proposal email correspondence. And then licensed child care facilities. We received a map. We're grateful to Planning Department and GIS for putting that map together. Commissioners can see licensed child care settings in their districts and the census that they serve in those facilities. And then we received an email regarding jail telecommunications contract and bid email correspondence. And so just brief on that, the Housing Department, we did receive a 4-year performance breakdown of the housing millage. Within that report, the community has access to and can review. We've spent $12.6 million on multi-family developments, $5 million on single-family homes, $4.9 million in supportive services, $2.6 million in rehabilitation of homes and rentals, and then $2.3 million of creative projects, including projects that benefited people with disabilities in our community. In general, we have funded and helped to construct 1,882 housing units at this point through the support from the housing millage and the work of our housing department. And that's a lot to celebrate. So thank you for that. Yeah. That's good. And then briefly, I want to recognize the animal services. 2,076 animals were either reunited, adopted, or transferred into other care. 61% of animals that came into the animal shelter had a positive outcome where they were sent to another loving place to live. That's the highest rate of positive outcomes in the last 5 years. So I want to thank Director Ensign and his team for that. And thanks to Director Balkema and Deputy Housing Director Willa de Toronto for their work on the housing in the housing department as well. I am in receipt of one more communication. Now I gotta find it. A FOIA request appeal. Hold on.
Madam Chair?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Council.
Yes, ma'am. That was a FOIA request, a FOIA appeal request received from Joseph Schuler.
Thank you. You wrote that out nicely for me and then I lost it in my
That's fine.
pile of stuff.
That's fine.
Thank you. So we will recognize that we are in receipt of that appeal as well. Okay, we'll go on to approval of the minutes. So a request for approval, May 6, 2026 draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes.
Make a motion to approve those minutes.
Who supported? Good, we have a motion by Vice Chair Pro Tem, supported by Commissioner Morales for approval of May 6th Cow and regular meeting minutes. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 7 is approval of agenda. So we need to move to amend the agenda to add a proclamation. Let me scroll to how it's worded. Proclamation of condolence honoring the life of Magnolia E. Maggie Bodley and request for proclamation of condolence honoring the life of Betty Louise Cunningham. Can someone make a motion to amend the agenda? Motion's made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. So now we'll move approval of the agenda as amended.
I'll move.
Motion made by Vice Chair, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the agenda as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay. All right, now we're going to go to presentations. So first we will welcome forward Honorable Chief Circuit Court Chief Judge Gary G. Gajer. I'm sorry, I always trip on your name like that. And our Honorable District Court Chief Judge, the Honorable Kathleen Hemingway. Welcome, judges. Thank you. Sorry, I tripped on your name, Judge Gajer. I got it eventually.
Not the first time.
No. I bet you might be used to that too much in your life. I bet. All right, thank you and welcome to you, and we'll be in receipt of your annual report.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners and Administrators. I'm going to go first because I was listed first in the agenda and cover the circuit and probate courts. I'm not going to regurgitate what is in the annual report, but instead we'll simply highlight a few key facts and tell you about an initiative that was too new to include in the annual report that I think you'll be interested in. I'll start by saying that the state of the circuit and probate courts as of May of 2026 is strong but fully engaged. 2025 saw significant structural changes to the circuit and probate courts for Kalamazoo County. Under the leadership of Administrator Kewish and myself, we changed our business units to more effectively address our changing caseloads. So now we have a criminal division with 4 judges that are serving at the Pratt Justice Center. We have a family division with 3 judges serving at the Gull Road Justice Center, and a newly created civil probate division with 2 judges serving at the Gull Road Justice Center. Of course, one of those 2 judges is me, serving in my temporary chambers and courtroom in the basement there. The civil probate merger is the first, or one of the very first, such mergers in the state of Michigan. It offers convenience to litigants and lawyers having one physical location, and lends itself to operational efficiencies we're still kind of figuring out, but the first months of this merger are going very well. I wanted to highlight that in 2025, we contracted with ISK to add a full-time master's level counselor that is now embedded at the juvenile home, who services the juvenile home residents and also on-track participants. And this has been an unqualified success, having her in the facility
treating those juveniles. I wanted to highlight one area of concern, and this is an increase in the petitions for involuntary mental health treatment cases. We've seen a spike in that. I don't know if you noticed that in the annual report. This is directly attributable to the opening of the Kalamazoo Behavioral Health Hospital on 9th Street. As they're ramping up and going online, they still are not fully operational, but we've seen a marked increase there. You should be aware that while by statute we have to perform the services on those cases, the majority of these cases are not our residents. They're from other counties that are finding their way to Kalamazoo, which is becoming more and more of a hub for mental health treatment. And it's only going to become more of an issue, but we have to handle those cases and we are handling them. But that's why you see that spike in those numbers in our annual report. With regard to the adult men's and women's drug court, I know that you're all familiar with these flagship programs, and I appreciate the individual commissioners. I think all of you have attended, and some of you attend on a regular basis, and we do appreciate that, and the participants appreciate that. These programs continue to be successful. They continue to save lives, and they're popular alternatives to incarceration. However, this is an area of concern for court administration and myself, because as with all programming across all disciplines that has any degree of dependence on federal social service dollars or federal grants flowing through to fund those programs, in our instance, burn grants and SAMHSA grants, we have to maintain constant vigilance, watching over our revenue sources, controlling costs, and doing contingency planning so that we can keep those programs going. We have great lines of communication. They're open with county administration, and we're certain that if something does appear on our horizon that would negatively affect those programs or our ability to provide those important services, we'd be in a position to work with leadership quickly to look at all options that would be available for us. The final area that I want to touch on is one that I know that you all hear from constituents about, and that is jury service. First, I want you to understand and appreciate that in Kalamazoo County, the circuit, probate, and district courts have a unified jury services office, and all potential jurors in the county are coordinated through it. This is not true in the majority of the jurisdictions in this state, and it gives us an operational edge, and it provides significant savings to our taxpayers by not duplicating those services across the three courts. That coordinated office called in more panels, 123 versus 114 in 2025 than we did in 2024. And of those panels brought in, more panels were actually used in a courtroom, 87 versus 82 in 24 and 25 over 2024. This is a lot of involuntary civic engagement by our citizens, and we strive to make the experience comfortable and meaningful for them. And we're very cognizant that we're taking them away from their lives. So I want you to know that we do focus on this. Second, I want to tell you about a brand new program, a brand new effort rather, that we're working on. And I know of no other such effort anywhere in Michigan. Commissioner Kuish, my counterpart in the district court, Chief Judge Hemingway, and Kevin Tatro, nobody knows of a program like this in Michigan. So if we're not the first in Kalamazoo, we're certainly among the first, and that is to recognize the need for and provide services to jurors who have served in trauma-inducing cases. Imagine, if you will, being a juror, being involuntarily brought to us and pressed into service on a gruesome murder case, or a child criminal sexual conduct case, or a manufacture or possession of child sexually abusive material case, or a domestic violence case. You're forced to hear explicit testimony, see graphic pictures, shocking videos over the course of several days, all while you're under instructions to talk to no one about the case or what's going on with the case until your service is over. And when your service is over, we just pay you the fairly paltry sum that we pay you and send you home. And we send you a thank you letter, and that's the way that it's always worked. I can assure you that the judges and the lawyers and the staff who all chose this profession, and we put ourselves in those courtrooms, we're negatively affected by these cases. Study after study shows this. We offer and encourage those folks in our offices to avail themselves of the great employee assistance program that you provide for us, and many of us have used that. So why would we think that jurors would not be equally, if not more affected as being civilians having to see these things? That's why we've coordinated with the 8th District Court, the Circuit Court, and Probate Court, along with Griffin Place, to offer jurors counseling and referral services for a period after their jury service, especially on tough cases, but on any case, really. Now we're past the thinking part of this project, and we're about to begin the implementation phase, so stay tuned. And I promise to return and report back once it's been in place for a bit and we have some data, whether it's empirical data or anecdotal data, but we'll have to run this for a little bit so that we can tell you how it's working. But we're very happy and we're very proud that we're at the forefront of an effort in this state to recognize the trauma that jurors can experience based on these types of cases, and being able to do that with your support. The rest of the year in review is in the report itself, and I thank you for giving us the chance to come in and hit a few highlights at the outset of your meeting. All of you know this already because I think just about everyone in this room has availed themselves of my telephone number or my email or text on occasion with a question, but I always stand ready. If you have something that has anything to do with the circuit or probate courts, I am only a phone call away, and I invite you to call me. If I don't have the answer, I'll find the person that has the answer and get back with you very, very quickly. So thank you, and I'll give the rest of the time to Chief Judge Hemingway.
Thank you, Chief Judge.
Thank you once again for having us here this evening. We did compare notes, so we're going to try to cover different areas because in addition to our 54-page report, as the chair mentioned, there were several reports that you all had to review from various departments, and we appreciate that. As a reminder, the 8th District Court, we have 6 elected judges and a magistrate. We cover criminal matters, civil matters. That also includes landlord-tenant cases, which I'll touch upon in a moment. Like Judge Jaguar, we're very proud of our specialty courts. We appreciate the continued support of the commission. As a reminder, in 2025, our sobriety court had 25 participants. Veterans Treatment Court, which is still in its infant stage, as of today's date has 3. I just talked with the Probation Services Director. We expect in the coming weeks those numbers will double. The month of May is also Mental Health Awareness Month. So as a presiding judge of the Mental Health Recovery Court, I'm proud to share that we are in our 18th year. So we are now an adult and helped 14 participants last year, but even into this year, we already are up to 20. One thing I want to highlight, and it's especially appropriate that you'll next be hearing from the Housing Department, is the partnership that exists in the Kalamazoo County Eviction Diversion Program. That is a partnership between the 8th District Court, Housing Resources Incorporated, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and our local legal aid office. In 2025, HRI assisted 327 households through eviction diversion services. There was $187,285 in direct support. In total, $1,025,698.32 was provided for back rent, current rent, security deposits, and utility assistance. And again, that has always had the support of county leadership, which again, you have our sincere thanks. Also, with the support of county leadership, we have certainly prioritized professional development opportunities for our employees. It was especially appropriate to see the proclamations today from members that have worked here in the county for 25 years. And certainly we hope through these professional development efforts that we can encourage these employees to continue to stay here. That's of course included on-site trainings, conference attendance, and professional certifications. And thank you again to the County Human Resources Department, who continues to let us know about training opportunities that our employees can take advantage of. One big item from 2025 that I want to highlight is the MyFile implementation. For all civil cases in the 8th District Court, attorneys and pro se litigants can file through MyFile. Again, when we all talk about the importance of access to justice, this does provide improved access because filings can occur electronically and do not require the physical trip to the courthouse. I would be remiss if I, of course, did not tell everyone here that administrations for the Circuit Court, Probate Court, and the 8th District Court are, of course, watching to see in Lansing what will happen with the legislation that is pending. Again, as a reminder, the recommendation is for 1 new District Court judge and 1 new Circuit Court judge. And again, we appreciate the board's support in these early stages as we all wait to see what happens in Lansing. We very much appreciate the relationship that we have with county administration. And I'll just end by echoing Judge Jagir's remarks. We're nothing more than a phone call, a text, or an email away. And again, we continue to appreciate the support of the board. Thank you very much for allowing us to highlight our annual report from 2025.
Thank you very much, Chief Judge. Do we have questions from commissioners? Right, what was that? Okay, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you both for your hard work and all of these programs that you guys continually administer and help us help our citizens. There has to be accountability in justice and law enforcement, and you folks have shown a great deal of inspiration and accountability as we try to continue to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. Got it in twice. I get it 2 times.
That's 2 points for Vice Chair Pro Tem. Vice Chair.
Just really quick, county government is naturally, with the state constitution, it's a naturally siloed sort of organization. And you guys in the courts or probate circuit, you guys do a great job of collaborating with the jury pool, with everything else, so that you make resources more efficient. And I think it's a model for the rest of the state. So congratulations and thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just want to express how pleased I am to hear about the support for jury members and I mean, that's just completely innovative and just such a humane and caring thing to offer to them for that service. So just thank you so much for thinking of that and doing that for people. I do have a couple of questions, and I have others that I may follow up with later, but one of the real jewels and something that this community has led on are our treatment courts. And I just wanted to understand, in the analysis, you provided us so much detail, which I need more time to absorb all of it. But the graduation rates for treatment court, for women's treatment court, it mentioned that there were 16 enrollments and 16 graduations, but they called it a 59% graduation rate. So I'm not sure if there's an explanation or if there's just the timing of when new enrollees come in.
Yes, absolutely. That's what it is at any given time, we might have up to 50 women in the program.
Okay.
So you have rolling graduations, rolling entries. So that's a year over year. How many? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. But I noticed, so 59% of women coming through that program during this term graduated, which is a wonderful rate of success, but it's much lower for men's treatment court, around a third of the men. Is that a typical rate of success for men's treatment court? Was this a difficult year? And is there anything that we could be aware of as a board while we endeavor utilization of like our opioid settlement funds to help like support men's recovery through that process, if there's any insight?
The part of the question that I can answer here is that number is not an anomaly across other programs in similar communities across the country. The men's rates are lower. What the cause of that is, I would have to talk with Sarah Green, the director of the specialty courts, and get back with you, and I will certainly do that. I don't know the answer to that. And then the final part about are there ways that we could use resources to improve that? I'm certain that we could get some improvements for that, but I'm not sure if all communities across the board are seeing those same numbers, if we'd get the best bang for our buck by trying to raise our men's rates, or if we wouldn't have a better use of those funds, recognizing that those numbers are going to be lower, but use those scarce resources in another manner. But on those two items, I will certainly get back with you on either Chad will or Sarah Green.
Thank you. And that's apt for us to think through together. I would venture to guess it's just because men live too much of their life in isolation without enough support and natural supports around them. I hope we as a society work to address that. Another I just wanted to touch on briefly was guardianships for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Sure.
So just with the opportunity to discuss this, I think I've mentioned it before when we've come and met with the courts. But there's something called the National Court Indicators that does evaluation of supports for people with IDD diagnosis across the US. And in the state of Michigan, one of the metrics that they've targeted for improvement is the rate of full legal guardianships imposed on people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The state of Michigan actually far exceeds the rate, the national average of those guardianships. And I would love to hear some additional information about the rate that the guardianship is awarded as plenary or full guardianships, or when partial guardianships are considered, and if the court has endeavored in much education about supported decision-making models. Because sometimes you hope a guardian will like honor the wishes of individuals, but sometimes guardians are very controlling of individuals and take away like whether they're allowed to wear red shirts or not, you know? And so we want to offer people a capacity to, you know, have some autonomy of their lives. So I just welcome any insight or maybe future dialogue around that.
Yeah, I think probably a more in-depth dialogue at a later date that it doesn't lend itself well to, you know, a short, in a public forum like this, in a short discussion. But having handled these types of cases over the past 2.5 years, I've come to develop a great appreciation for the position that you're advocating. We always look for the least restrictive legal method that we can do to make sure that a person has autonomy, but also that they have the ability to have the decisions made or to get the decisions made that they need to make for their placement decisions, for their medical decisions, for all those legal decisions that have to be made. And so we do look at every alternative to guardianship before they get there. And our staff is very good at screening those, referring people for powers of attorney and different things. And there are a variety of other alternatives that are being discussed at the state level. And this is very much on everybody's radar throughout the probate community, including myself, Judge Bell, and the other John Taylor, who is the probate register. We're all very aware of those, and we're in constant communication and talking about ways that we can do that. I'll be honest that a limited guardianship has been underutilized in Kalamazoo County for a number of years. They're kind of unwieldy. They're difficult. The reason that they're not utilized very often here is because of the pushback that we get from banks, credit unions, and medical providers who oftentimes will refuse to honor a limited guardianship or conservatorships with limitations. And so it's often, if you want the person to receive the services, we're kind of forced into going to the full or plenary, just because, again, certain credit unions will just send you away and say, well, they won't act on your behalf, or medical providers will not act on that based on their legal counsel's guidance. So part of that is coming from our customers, if you will, and clients, just to be able to help make those decisions. So it might be part of a broader discussion that if we want to move that way as a society, we're going to have some help from the people who are actually getting the letters of guardianship and looking at them and then trying to act on behalf of the ward and the protected party.
That was really helpful insight. I thank you for sharing that conflict that's occurring in court. Thank you both very
Happy
much.
to follow up later with
Absolutely,
more detailed
absolutely.
discussion.
Thank you for taking the time, both to our chief judges.
We can get our picture with you later, right?
Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay. All right, now we're going to welcome forward Housing Director Mary Balkema, Deputy Housing Director Willa DiToronto. We're going to have some discussion on staffing and operations for a medical respite shelter facility. Welcome, Director.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. My name is Mary Balkema. I'm here in the capacity of your Housing Director, and I am joined in the audience by Dr. Alluri, Kelly Smith, Rosalind Adams, Tammy Natho, and Willa DiToronto, and we are talking about medical respite. So I know you want presentations to be short and sweet and to the point, so if you will, give me a little bit of freedom, I will go through what we're talking about. And also, we presented to the Housing Ad Hoc Committee, so the full presentation is in the packet. But I wanted to briefly outline what our request is tonight. So right now, medically fragile individuals are discharged from hospitals back to shelters, cars, motels, encampments, or the street because there's no medically appropriate recovery setting in Kalamazoo County. Traditional shelters are not designed for post-hospital recovery. As a result, the same individuals repeatedly cycle through emergency departments, hospital admissions, law enforcement interactions, crisis systems, and shelters. This proposal is a cost avoidance strategy, not just a service expansion. The current system is reactive and very expensive. A small number of chronically homeless individuals generate disproportionate costs across publicly funded systems. Medical respite is designed to reduce repeat emergency room use, hospital readmissions, shelter strain, and long-term chronic homelessness. Respite care costs approximately 5 to 10% of hospital costs. Studies show 50 to 60% reductions in total cost of care for high utilizers. The question is not whether the county is paying. The county is already paying through fragmented crisis systems. We funded a pilot with our winter medical respite pilot, and that demonstrated a few things. Approximately an 83% reduction in hospital admissions and ED visits during and after respite participation. This is important because the board is not funding a purely theoretical concept. Local partners already tested this model. Early outcomes suggest meaningful reductions in acute care utilization. So now we have a local proof of concept data. This is a partnership model. The county is not acting alone. This proposal leverages integrated services of Kalamazoo, WMed, the hospital systems, our housing navigator providers, and Medicaid reimbursement pathway. The county's role is primarily a startup support, gap financing, system coordination, and stabilization through implementation. The proposal anticipates future sustainability through Medicaid reimbursement, that's very important, and healthcare integration. This directly aligns with county strategic priorities. The program advances multiple existing county goals, reducing chronic homelessness, improving coordinated care, lowering system fragmentation, supporting hospital discharge stability, improving housing outcomes, reducing pressure on emergency systems, and strengthening our public health response. It also aligns with our Housing for All priorities, the continuum of care objectives, the healthcare system integration efforts, and the Keys to Kalamazoo system coordination goals. So the request is targeted and operationally specific. The budget's not vague or conceptual. It includes 24/7 staffing. That's very important. Currently, ISK does not provide 24/7 staffing. It provides housing navigators, meals, utilities, basic furnishings, transportation and communication support, client stabilization reports. Commissioner Ray recommended in our ad hoc that we add 60,000 to this proposal for direct client assistance, which is to get these folks into permanent housing, which I know is a goal of our subcommittee. So the staffing model totals approximately 4.2 FTEs and supports continuous operations. So before you, under new business, is a proposal to allocate $464,746,000 into a 24/7 operations. I think the sheriff once told me that one person 24/7 equates to 5.2 FTEs. I don't know if that's true or not, but we're asking for 4.2. So somewhere in there, you know, it's really one employee, but it's 24/7 with vacation time and time off. Currently, they're housed at ISK. There's 2 houses on Oakland Drive that they're doing the work for. So it's, they've staffed up, they're doing the work right now. But to get the facility certified as a medical respite facility, we need food and we need 24/7 care. So Chair, that is the proposal before you in my brief explanation.
Thank you, Director Balkema. And, you know, I just want to give some recognition here for the Emergency Winter Shelter initiative that sort of launched for the initial medical respite. Just want to give my sincere thanks to the members of the continuum of care who helped to bring forward the idea, which was not initially conceived of. Also to Judy Lowry at Dignity in Motion for the heart and soul that she pulled into pulling forward a project she had not planned to run and did so with great heart. And then also to Dr. Alluri and other members of your team who I'm not maybe as aware of, but Dr. Alluri is a tremendous asset to our community. And really, the folks at WMed and Street Med really volunteered their time to support very complex issues in our medical respite over this winter. And now we also have this data to show the impact. I had the ability to go in with Judy and residents at that program as they were celebrating one of their dinners together and just heard from folks there. One couple just, you know, so emotional. It was the first time in 5 years that they were not going to be sleeping out in the elements. At the end of that medical respite, they were transitioning into supportive housing. And they would have never gotten there without the support of Dignity in Motion, Dr. Alluri and the team. And I'm so thankful for Dr. Alluri and ISK to work for this proposal. If we fund staffing here, this facility will become licensed, and then they will be able to get Medicaid reimbursement for care and services. So it will be sustainable once we help it get stood up, and will provide tremendous benefit to community members in great need right now. There are hospitals right now that wheel people up in medical transport outside of our drop-in shelters. And they walk in there with
Open
hospital,
wounds.
yeah, wounds and hospital bracelets on. And that is just, we don't have to tolerate that. We don't. We can fix that. And let's do so tonight. Are there any questions from commissioners? Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I apologize. I missed that 464-746 number. I was looking for that this weekend and I couldn't find it, but I see it now. Where is that potential? Is that coming from the 290 fund or is that 101 or?
No, this is coming from the housing
millage dollars?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, it went through the subcommittee, then I'm in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, it's also leveraging up some tax on the sale of alcohol, some money from the Salvation Army, and also a grant from the Kalamazoo Community Foundation.
Yeah, and I apologize. I just saw that it was in the new business. I was looking at the other one and looking for it, but I just saw that. I'm trying to digest it quickly. It seems like the real savers here, the people that are going to be saving the most money, will be the hospitals and the federal Medicaid and Medicare dollars that will be saving the most money. And I know trying to get them to foot into the bill or even talking to the federal government or something like that would be an exercise in futility. But I do think at some point down the road that we're saving them an awful lot of money by doing this. We should be asking them to kick in too, but
we are talking to both hospitals, Beacon and Bronson.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yes, also the community saves on it because our resources for fire and police and medical services are not being utilized to have to deal because these folks are being taken care of. And so I think this is a big plus for Kalamazoo. It's a win-win for everybody. The people that we're serving, our medical folks that are already stretched as we concur that it's a lot that they have to handle. So I think it's a big win for everybody. So we're really supportive of this. And I'm happy to sit on that committee and I support this.
Right, anything further? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Thank you, Director Balkema, everyone involved. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to item 9 as an opportunity for public hearings. We have none. Now we'll go to item 10, which is our first opportunity for public comment. Is there anybody who would like to address the board on public comment? You may do so in person or by calling 855-925-2801, enter meeting code 10748, and then press *3 to join the queue. You can speak during both public comment periods, but you'll have to press *3 again anytime after the first public comment period has ended. You can address the board for up to 3 minutes. Please share your name and where you are from. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? Welcome. Shante, you have she's helping you. There, they got you.
I've
Welcome.
actually never spoken at the county, so my apologies. So, good evening, commissioners. My name is Ashante Collins, and I serve as the executive director of the Campaign for Criminal Justice Transparency here in Kalamazoo County. Tonight, I would like to speak to you all about the jail telecommunications here in the county and the financial burden these systems place on incarcerated individuals and their families. Bianca Tellick, the founder and an ED of Worth Rises, which is a New York-based organization focused on dismantling the prison industry and the exploitation of incarcerated people and their families, once said, it's not just about the minutes. It's not just the minutes that matter. It's what's in the minutes that matter. That statement is important because these conversations is bigger than just phone calls. It is about access to family, support systems, stability, and human connection. Tonight, I would like to briefly highlight 5 recommendations that we have right now on our website that everyone can view. And it says, first, we are asking for full transparency on all jail telecommunication contracts, terms, rates, fees, and commission structures. Much of the current contract information was not publicly accessible until now Kalamazoo obtained it through a FOIA request nearly 5 years after the contract was signed. Publicly administrated systems should not require residents to file record requests simply to understand how public contracts operate. Second, we are requesting a balance notification process at release. Families often deposit money into communication accounts so loved ones can stay connected while incarcerated. However, many individuals leave jail unaware that they still have money remaining in those accounts, or that there is inactivity policies that they may forfeit to. A simple written or verbal notification process at release could prevent unnecessary financial loss for families already experiencing hardship. Third, we encourage the county to move away from commission-based telecommunication contracts. When counties financially benefit from phone call revenue, the cost burden is ultimately shifted onto families and individuals. States across the country are already moving in that direction. In California, Attorney General stated that reducing the cost of communication only serves to enhance public safety in communities. Massachusetts lawmakers described free communication access as necessary to keep families connected without oppressive financial burdens. These reforms are increasingly becoming recognized not simply as criminal justice issues, but as public safety issues, family stability, and community reintegration issues. Fourth, we are requesting that future telecommunication contracts include a clear rates cap of no more than 10 cents per minute. MDOC has already demonstrated that lower rates are operationally achievable. Families in Kalamazoo should not be paying significantly more simply because a loved one is housed locally instead of statewide. And finally, we are asking the county to prohibit certain fees such as deposit fees, transaction fees, and operator surcharges. These hidden fees quietly increase the true price of communication far beyond the advertised call rate and disproportionately impact low-income families trying to maintain contact with loved ones. At the core of all 5 of these recommendations is one simple thing. Communication with families should not become an excessive financial burden. As Connecticut State Senator Gary Winfield stated, when his state became the first in the country to make prison phone calls free, these people are going to be our neighbors when they come home. So these people are humans. They want us to help them. We need to help them. And I want us all to remember that the right side of history never violates nor ignores human rights. So how do we fix it together? You have the opportunity to help correct an injustice that has been occurring in our community for many years, as well as across other communities alike. Transparency, affordability, and fairness can coexist when operational needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashan. I know they give you 4 minutes at the city. That's.
Oh, sorry. Was I still talking?
You're all right.
I talked a lot, y'all. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, is there, yeah, go ahead.
And because I thought, I knew I had 3 minutes, right?
That's right.
So I hired a little to help me out today.
Okay.
The little one.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Dedrick Davis Jr. I am a fifth grader at Washington Riders Academy. I am also on student council. Today, I am here to help my mom talk about jail reform for Kalamazoo County. CCJT wants to hear your stories about your experience connected to our local jail on their website. At ccjtkalamazoo.org, they have a page where you can share by clicking the link under the Voice tab. Your story matters here. They want to hear from anyone who has been through the Kalamazoo County Jail, who has had a loved one there, who has ever used a jail or prison phone system to stay in, could contact with someone, or who simple has something to say about how this works. Whatever your experience is, it belongs in this conversation. Your story can be shared publicly with your name published anonymously or kept entirely private and used only to information. The campaign. You are in the complete control of how it is used. Right now, they have one story for you to check out from a community member who was interviewed by Now Kalamazoo, and they have a link to their article on the page. As people in the community share their experience with them, they will add them to their page with permission. If you have a story to share, they would be glad to hear it. There is no pressure and no obligation. They just want to give the community a platform. We need it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I love that. You did an excellent job. Congratulations. Good job. Welcome to you. Hard act to follow, but come on up.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Caleb, and I work with the Campaign for Criminal Justice Transparency here in Kalamazoo. I also want to speak tonight about the jail telecommunications contract, specifically our second ask requiring a balanced notification process at release. Under the current system, the vendor charges a fee every time someone deposits money into their account. Because of that, many families try to avoid repeated fees by loading larger amounts of money onto accounts all at once. That way they only pay the fee once a month versus once a week. As a result, when someone is released from jail, there is often money left over in that telecommunications account. In many cases, that money was deposited by family members trying to stay connected during incarceration. The problem is that many people do not realize those balances can expire. This practice led to a major class action settlement after GTL, now operating as Viapath, was found liable for seizing over $96 million through unused account forfeitures. When someone is leaving jail, they are focused on transportation, housing, employment, medications, reconnecting with family, and rebuilding stability. recovering money from a telecommunications account is understandably not going to be their first priority. And when those funds are ultimately forfeited, it can place individuals and families into even more difficult financial situations after release. At minimum, people should not leave a county facility without being informed that money belonging to them could disappear if they take no action. That is why our second ask is straightforward. As part of the release process, individuals should either be assisted in recovering the remaining balance, or they should receive a clear verbal and written explanation describing that the balance exists, when it may expire, and how to reclaim it. Because these protections vary at the local level, the language included in this contract matters. This would be a low-cost and administratively feasible reform that improves transparency and helps protect individuals and families from preventable financial loss. If anyone watching would like to learn more about how these systems operate and why these contract decisions matter, I encourage you to visit ccjtkalamazoo.org. You will see a section on our homepage to learn more about this. This contract will eventually come before this board, and when it does, we are asking you to look closely at it. We believe a better contract is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Okay, I'm seeing none. Is there anyone online? Okay. All right, we're going to close this first public comment opportunity and we will move to item 11, which is our consent agenda.
Chair, if I may, I
Yes,
I
Commissioner
move
Wheeler.
that the consent agenda items be voted on at one time by a roll call vote and be considered as a consent agenda by the board.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hempler. Excuse me, any further discussion? All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLupe,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
7 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right. We'll go next now to unfinished business and general orders. So we'll take up item 2026-610. This is a request for approval of a resolution approving a revised conflict of interest form. And let's see. Who, Administrator, do you want to lead or council? Thank you, council. Will you lead, open that discussion for us, please?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. At the last meeting that this was discussed at, Corporation Counsel's office was directed to add directors and deputy department directors that have to also complete the conflict of interest forms on an annual basis. We've updated the conflict of interest form to comport more with the state law and to provide for more transparency. That was the direction given to Corporation Counsel's office, and that's what we attempted to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, council. Is there any additional questions from commissioners? Vice Chair.
So this does include then all department heads and people that report to the county board as well.
While not mentioned in the resolution, it is part of what I'm working with the HR department to include in the policy guide. Yes, sir. We will be doing that.
So it's not in here, but it's a plan to do it in the future.
As part of the personnel policies booked for the directors and deputy directors. Yes.
So go ahead, Commissioner Wheeler. No, go ahead.
I'll just say, it is in there that it says administration directors, deputy directors, so they're just codifying it in policy.
Good. So it's on the form and then there'll be a subsequent additional policy revision.
That is
to
correct.
encompass
Yes, ma'am.
fully. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further from commissioners? All right, I am seeing none. I'd entertain a motion.
Chair, I'll move to approve the resolution approving revised conflict of interest form.
So motion made. Is there support? Thank you. Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Commissioner DeLu. Is there further discussion? All right, I'm seeing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales.
No.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
No.
5 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Let's go to items of new business, our non-consent agenda. Scrolling, pardon me. All right, so first we're going to discuss approval and signature of a direct award for Marathon Health. Welcome, I believe, want me to welcome HR Director Sharon Brown, patiently waiting in the wings. Welcome, Director.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners. Nice to see you this evening. So before you, you have a proposal for us to renew our contract with Marathon Health Clinic. We're asking you to renew that for a 5-year contract this time through. As you know, we've just are wrapping up our first 3-year pilot, which has been tremendously successful. I believe in your packet you have the form that gives you kind of the Marathon Health at a glance and how well that has gone. I think the number one thing to highlight is the program pays for itself in the sense that, thank you, going through the Marathon Clinic for the county side in terms of our self-funded healthcare plan, we see a return on investment that equates out to about 1.31 for every dollar we've put in there. And that is through the cost savings that are highlighted there on the return on investment. Things like the fact that our medical services are less expensive when paid for through Marathon than they would be if people went to private providers elsewhere. We also see the value of those health visits where nationally the average time that you get to spend with your doctor speaking is usually 7 to 8 minutes, maybe 15 minutes in the room with them. At Marathon, we see that more than half of our visits are over 30 minutes each. 800 visits last year were over 30 minutes each. So people are getting more actual care, more time to talk with their doctor and get their health questions addressed. Some of those things that come up at the end of the appointment that you're like, oh, I wanted to ask you this. That extra time extends that for our employees and their families who are going to Marathon. And then that equates into better health outcomes as well, because people who are being seen at Marathon are getting more follow-up care, they're getting more trusted relationship with their doctor, and they're able to get in quickly to be seen, which another value add there is the tremendous savings over the cost of acute and urgent care or at the emergency room, which is $150, $250 each visit, just to the employee, not to mention what we're paying out of pocket for the self-funded plan. And that's the other piece of the value add is for our employees themselves. Not only is this saving us money for the healthcare plan overall, which ultimately then brings down premiums or at least keeps them from going up as quickly, but it also is out-of-pocket costs are lower for our employees who go there. For folks who are on our enhanced plan, they get to be seen at the doctor for $0. For folks who are on the high deductible plan, they only pay $25 for that visit, even while they're still waiting to meet their deductible. So that kind of, if your kid has a cold and your high deductible plan would normally be causing you to pay for that completely out of pocket to see your doctor, you're paying just $25 at Marathon. So it's much less expensive. We also have very quick response times for people to be able to get in and get seen. That is my phone. It's garbage night and I'm supposed to put the garbage out there. Sorry. I heard it going off, but I didn't know what to do. What are the odds it would go off immediately when I get up here? There we go. I'll try to still remember to put the garbage out. So as I lost my train of thought, with Marathon then, with the return on investment, the 5-year ask this time for the contract, part of why we are asking for that is to help keep driving engagement with our employees. So we know it can save the employees money. We know it can save the county money. We know that people who go to Marathon love it. Their approval rate, their satisfaction rate is very high, both their own numbers they generate, and we just completed our own internal benefits survey and we saw the same numbers. I think it's in here, it's about 4.8 out of 5 were people who said that they had a good experience at Marathon. So we have all those reasons for people to keep going, but we also know that there's room to keep driving engagement. Overall, we're seeing about $1,000 per member per year who's engaged with Marathon in less spending each year. So $1,000 less for folks who are engaged over people who aren't. And we know that right now of our employees, we have about 38% of our employees engaged with Marathon. So that's a lot of upside potential. If we are able to get that other 72%, we could save $1 million a year. 100% compliance is pretty unlikely, but we know that we have room to grow, and we're looking to do more with that through word of mouth. As people have been there, they're telling their friends and family about it. They're telling their coworkers. And we also know that that 5-year commitment can help create a safe space for people to make that switch. Medical care is deeply trust-based. And even with the new pilot, we know one of the things that makes it slower for people to adopt is that trust level. Who are these people? Do I want to go there? And we know that as we extend that timeline, we give people more time to warm up to the idea, more time to hear from their colleagues and friends. And we also know they can then build that trusted relationship over time. To use myself as an example, I started here in March of 25, and I switched over my care for my acute care and then some annual care so I could get my wellness incentive over to the Marathon team there. And now I know that doctor by name. When I go there, she recognizes me, and that relationship becomes important. As I'm weighing my healthcare options over going to see a private physician somewhere else, I also want to know that Marathon's still going to be there. And so this commitment helps us in the messaging side of encouraging people to take use of Marathon, knowing that it's going to be here is one more reason for people to feel safe about starting to build that medical relationship at the clinic. So I won't say more. I feel like it kind of sells itself, but I'm happy to answer any other questions for you about why this is such a great benefit for our employees.
Any questions from commissioners? Vice Chair?
This is a great program. It's saving us tons of money. And I think what our HR director is leaving out is the trajectory of the savings. Yes, we broke into from the red to the black, and we're actually making money now. But if you look at a linear trajectory of this, where we're going to be in 2 or 3 years, as our employee engagement is like 38, 40% right now, when that crosses 50, we'll be saving millions. And I think it was a great use of ARPA funds to do this, and it's going to reap benefits for years to come.
Commissioner Morales?
Can we keep Ozempic now?
I do have one question. I know as we launched the collaboration with Marathon, we were one of the first employers in. Do you know if they've had a growth in other participating employers to help the strength of the clinic there?
Sure. I do know, yes, the clinic that we're participating with, it was just us and one other employer. There was, I think, New Belgium, Bell's Beer. I know that they do have new people who are joining them, and right this moment, the company's name is escaping me, but I know they've had at least one other company join that clinic. And to help explain their model a little bit, Marathon is a nationwide provider, so there are clinics across the country. One more perk to this, if you're traveling and you're in an area where there's a Marathon clinic, you can be seen there too for free. And so that's terrific. So they are growing. We know that they just bought out another similar provider and have taken over more clinics on the east side of the state as well. So for our folks who do more traveling to the other side of the state, there are, I think, 3 new clinics that are coming under the Marathon umbrella over there. A lot of people know about there is another Marathon clinic in town that is privately owned and operated by the city of Kalamazoo. That one's not part of that network. We're not able to access that, but we continue to look for ways to partner with local organizations, possibly potentially someday with the city, to see if we're able to collaborate efforts in a way that benefits both organizations.
Great, good. Thank you for that update. Anything further from the commissioners? All right, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Pardon me. Let's see. So entertain a motion.
Chair.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Wheeler, for the approval and signature of a direct award contract with Marathon Health for health services. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, we'll go to item 2026-689. This is for request for approval of a resolution establishing ARPA expenditure deadline for awardees. Let's entertain a motion and open discussion. Motion's made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, and let's open discussion. Administrator, would you like to
Chair, yeah, absolutely. I don't have much to add other than it just establishes the September 1st deadline, and we'll certainly engage all of the awardees, both internal and external. So we'll get that communication out sometime tomorrow to make sure they're aware of that deadline. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Anything further from the commission? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, this says to request a roll call vote. So clerk, will you please call a roll? Thank you.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, now that motion double carries. Okay, let's go on to item 2026-640. Request for approval of a resolution to amend the lake level orders to establish a normal lake level for Austin Lake, Long Lake, and West Lake. I'd entertain a motion. Motion is made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. We'll open discussion. Vice Chair.
Yeah, since this has been on, I got another text message from a constituent. I'm just wondering, is this something that we can do in 2 weeks so I can talk to like the riparians on West Lake and Austin Lake and see if they're in support or they know? Because I haven't got any, I mean, a lot of the people conversations I've gotten in the last 24 hours, and most people weren't unaware that we were establishing a lake level. If this is something that needs to be done immediately, then I'll just abstain and that'll be fine. But if it's not needs to be done immediately, I'm sure it'll be okay. But I was just wondering if we could move this 2 weeks.
It looks like administrator is trying to reach out for some communication. So I'll you have something you want to share?
I just want to ask.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I too have some questions about it, but we didn't get an opportunity to ask them. How many lakes do we have that have this particular thing? How many don't? And I kind of, is there a reason we need to do this? I'm just kind of curious now. When it came, I was kind of reviewing it, but I didn't have really a whole lot other than what was presented tonight. So I too would be a little interested in maybe a little time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. I know I had an opportunity, I got some outreach from the Drain Commissioner, I think yesterday or the day before. This is seen as a fairly routine item, but certainly we'll get some insight here if they can be reached. It's really just to get more to the letter of the law currently. There's just a lot of paperwork out of compliance. I'm sure there'll be concern from residents around the lake about the prospect of a special assessment district. But there, to the communications at this time, there's not a need for expense to that district. It's just establish it should there be so in the future. Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. If I could just add to that, this is the responsibility of the county. And that's part of the reason why this is taking place. There are a handful of lakes in the county that have an established lake level, especially in Texas Township, particularly. And so it's not uncommon.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Yeah, I understand it's our responsibility, but I'm questioning, do we need to put another tax on people? And basically, it's not a tax, it's but it could be. So I guess, that's kind of my concern. We've already are putting more burden on taxpayers than we can possibly stand. So thank you.
I believe administrator has made contact with the Drain Commissioner's office. Go ahead, Administrator.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did, and he expresses his deepest sympathies for not being here tonight. He's actually attending to another drain matter on the north side, so he just got out of that meeting. He did say there's no issues with delaying it until the June 2nd meeting, and that he can reach out to address all these questions as well directly with the commissioners prior to that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And I just would like to say that I've got no problem with the special assessment district if the dam needs to get replaced or something needs to get replaced. I just would really like to talk to the riparians and know if they're okay with that lake level of 863 feet or what, and see if anybody's been communicated or talked with the drain commissioner, just to make sure that I don't get yelled at by a bunch of my constituents. So I appreciate that, waiting 2 weeks, and I'm sure I'll be in support of this.
I think now what is in order is a motion to postpone to a date certain. You rescind the motion? Okay, who supported? All right, so the main motion has just been rescinded. Should we still move a motion to a date certain?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would recommend that.
Thank you. All right, I'd entertain that motion.
Make a motion that we take this up at our next board meeting.
Who's second? All right, motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Morales to postpone this matter. Where did it go? A resolution to amend lake level orders, establish a normal lake level for Arson Lake, Long Lake, and West Lake to our June 2nd regular business meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Voice vote appropriate for that motion. Okay, we will go now to our item 2026-698, request for approval of allocation to ISK for staffing and operations of medical respite shelter facility for 2026 and 2027 in the amount of $464,746. Motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Streps,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuke. 7 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you to the Housing Department and to our partners at WMed and ISK. Let's go next to item 2026-725. This is a request for approval of a proclamation of condolence honoring the life of Magnolia E. Maggie Bodley. Commissioner Ray? Motion is made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Morales. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Streps,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuke.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler. 7 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. The next will take up 2026-727. This is request for approval of a proclamation of condolence honoring the life of Betty Louise Cunningham. Motion is made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Morales. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call that roll.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Streps,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuke.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
7 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you to Commissioner Ray for the thoughtfulness of bringing those forward. Okay, now we have exhausted that part of the agenda. Let's go to item 14. Our second opportunity for public comment. You can participate virtually at the number previously stated or come to the podium, share your name and where you're from. You have up to 3 minutes with the board. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? I am seeing no one in chambers and there is no one indicated by administration. We'll go to item 15, reports of our officers, body, administrator, and controller. I will just in brief recognize Administrator Catlin. We had some discussion with him this evening, and I just want to recognize his exemplary work. My gratitude for the collaboration that we have with him, and thanks for keeping all of the gears moving as well as we can. All right, with that, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I did want to highlight one of the reports, and you mentioned it, the animal control Chief Ensign. One of the things that he's been able to do is really look for different revenue sources and utilize, and he's having a really positive impact on the four-legged friends in our community. So I just wanted to give a shout out to him. I think he's doing a tremendous job in his role there. Also, the folks that are still here in the audience for Community Justice Transformation Group, please get a hold of me. I'd really like to learn more about what you had to say in public comment. And I'd like to sit down and have coffee with you guys and talk more about ways that we can be more transformative and more restorative justice as opposed to just punishing people. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to thank our administrator and his staff for the fine work they're doing. Also thank our many folks that work for the county and for our citizens to keep Kalamazoo to be a great place to live, work, and play. I want to remember that this is First Responder Appreciation Week this week. Last week was Law Enforcement Week. Kind of reach out to those folks when you see them and thank them for their hard work and their dedication to our community to keep us all safe. Also, Memorial Day is coming up this weekend, and we need to think of our military folks here and abroad that keep us safe constantly. Reach out and thank them for their service. There will be a service out at Fort Custer National Cemetery in Augusta on Sunday. We encourage folks to join us out there to honor those men and women who have passed on, and we want to think of their families and friends who are still here and honor their service to our country. Thank you all. Have a safe week.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator Dr. Kemp.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. Just want to share a few highlights of things that are happening. And, you've heard some of these tonight and I've already read some of the reports, but I like to also highlight the great work of our departments just because they do such a great job. So the first one, obviously, as you know, is the Housing Department. They published their annual report that was in the packet, and just some three significant highlights are notable. The county formally developed and launched the Keys to Kalamazoo Housing Framework, which was essential in creating a coordinated county strategy focused on supporting the full housing continuum from emergency sheltering and traditional housing to affordable home ownership opportunities. So that's huge for us. Throughout collaborative partnerships and strategic planning, the county also helped secure a transformational $23.3 million philanthropic investment that will support housing vouchers, shelter expansion, data integration systems, and long-term implementation planning. And then significant progress continued on the landing place project. And obviously that culminated into our ribbon cutting that we just recently celebrated. And it's phenomenal work and a lot of commitment from a ton of departments that was spearheaded by the housing department. So this reflects continued impact of the Homes for All millage, and which has generated $33 million in local housing investment since 2022. So we're very proud of that. And that work has been supporting construction, rehabilitation, homelessness prevention, and support services throughout Kalamazoo County. And so that's all spearheaded by two illustrious senior staff, our director, Mary Balkema, and our deputy housing director, Willa D. Toronto. So we're thankful to have them, as well as, obviously, as you know, they're expanding their department. So we look forward to that. They already have a compliance specialist, Thomas Dayton, and so they're just continuing to grow those services and continue the excellence that, this county certainly expects from them. I also want to highlight the Animal Services Department. They published their 2025 report, as you're aware. And as Vice Chair Taylor and others have said, Director Ensign and his team are just doing phenomenal work. So the department achieved substantial improvements in live release outcomes, with dog live release rates increasing 7% and cat release rates increasing 25% in 2025. And overall, more than 2,076 animals were reunited with owners, adopted, or transferred to rescue partners, which has been the highest total in the past 5 years. So we celebrate that. Animal Services significantly expanded community partnerships and volunteer engagement. The department logged more than 1,400 volunteer hours in 2025 and increased rescue transfers by approximately 330% from the prior year. So we're excited about that. And we also celebrate that the department has modernized several operational systems, including implementation of the first major shelter software upgrade in nearly 20 years, and the rollout of a new online licensing platform that improved customer experience and helped produce the strongest December through February licensing period in the last 2 decades. And I have to say, I'm a fan of technology, and I really do love their new system. The next thing I've asked, Director Ensign to work on is when they give you those dog tags, if they could be silicone, so they don't make all that noise on the collar. But he does the same thing, Jerry. He just laughs at me. So that's just that's just one of my things. So wanted to wanted to share with this body and the public. It is public now, but Matthew Waite, who is the executive director of the Kalamazoo Defender's Office, has announced his intention to step down following the appointment of a new executive director that process will be spearheaded by their board. So Matt's been very great to work with, and he's indicated that he intends to continue practicing in criminal law. He's been an important partner in helping establish and lead the Defender's Office during a period of significant transformation in the indigent defense services, both locally and statewide. And so we appreciate their partnership in service to the community and wish him continued success. As you know, and he's not with us here tonight, and for obvious reasons, I did send out an email about this to the board, and services are scheduled Thursday. But Deputy Kelly recently lost his mother, and so we certainly express our condolences to him and his family. Scheduled services are this Thursday, and that information's been shared with the Board of Commissioners. And so on behalf of administration, I want to continue to keep Deputy Kelly and his family in our thoughts and prayers during this difficult time. And so we certainly appreciate the hard work that he does. And I'll just say just a little bit, he probably doesn't want me to say this, but he's, sometimes you do have to kind of drown yourself in a little bit of work. I actually thought he was in the building because he was texting me about a matter that was happening. And so I went downstairs thinking that he was here. Anyway, but so he loves this community, loves his job, and really cares about the safety and security of folks in this building. And so we really just appreciate him. And so please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. I do want to just talk about the court's annual report. Both chief judges did a phenomenal job. We have a really good relationship with the courts, and I know that Judge Jaguar and or Chief Judge Jaguar rather, and Chief Judge Hemingway expressed that. But we really benefit from a lot of the synergies that we have here. And so the courts continue to benefit really from their operational efficiencies created through consolidation of services within the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. We've recognized that consolidating, including even the prosecutor's office and sheriff's intake holding, that a lot of collaboration is happening that just did not and could not happen before when you had them in 2 different buildings and facilities. So we really appreciate that. And you heard that they're interacting with HRI for eviction services, and our defender partners are more frequently engaged. And so it's really helped that we've consolidated services. Court leadership continues advancing modernization initiatives focused on technology integration, workflow efficiencies, and improved public accessibility to court services. And then lastly, the court certainly remains heavily engaged in specialty court and diversion programming, as they've expressed tonight, which really places emphasis on rehabilitation, accountability, treatment access, and long-term reduction in recidivism. So we really appreciate their hard work, and they have a large amount of staff that we interact with on nearly a daily basis. And so we appreciate their partnership. And then lastly, I'm just notifying the board that I'll still be accessible, but I am later this evening driving up to Crystal Mountain to attend the Michigan Association of County Administrative Officers Conference, and Deputy Administrator Cole is already there. And so we will be available via phone or email. Please feel free to reach out and interrupt us. That's totally fine. We're accessible, but we will return Friday afternoon. And so that's all I have this evening. And thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Administrator. Who wants to go first? Commissioner Dulu?
I'll go first because maybe you have noticed I haven't said anything tonight, so why start now? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dulu. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the great reports tonight. Thank you for all the proclamations that came into our organizations who are out there fighting good Lord's fight to make sure that we continue to address gun violence. I agree with some of these policies surrounded around loved ones being able to call home. I've experienced that with loved ones where you got 5 minutes. They tell you 1,000,000 times that this is a recorded call from a federal institution, but they don't want to reimburse your check. So I think it's a great idea, especially when folks are being released and they don't have money to function when they get out. And I know that, I can speak for our family, it's like, hey, everybody give me $20, and we're making sure that they have $100, $200 just to be able to get a decent meal. Even though someone is being punished, it should not mean that they have to live in harsh conditions and, unsafe environments. So thank you all who came and spoke tonight. Condolences to former Mayor Bobby Hopewell on the loss of his mother, former Commissioner Eric Cunningham, and our Deputy Kelly. Mommies are special, especially with Mother's Day. Just, sadly, being on Sunday, I lost one of my sorority sisters Sunday, who was a mother of a 2-year-old. She died on Mother's Day. So this week has been kind of heavy for myself as I watch people mourn their mothers and feeling a tad bit guilty because I'm celebrating mine. She's going to be 70. And so, they say the good Lord give you 70 ticks. So, you got to take care of yourself, and life is just too short to be dying on a hill. Right, John. What else do I have? Oh, so me and Coach Williams took on some elementary basketball teams, kickback sports at the Douglas Center. We lost. 2 of my nephews play against each other. We lost the championship game last week. They changed the time this week, so I missed the game, but we won the championship tonight. So my 2nd and 4th graders who are, it's a mixed team. So I got 2 girls and about 5 boys, and we make sure everybody gets equal playing time, and they won tonight. So congratulations, babies. And that's it. And if you're I hope to see you all at the YWCA event this Thursday. And if you're there, you'll see why. Have a good night.
Yes, which reminds me, I failed to recognize Commissioner Morales tomorrow is being honored as a YWCA Woman of Achievement tomorrow at their, congratulations. In a cohort of amazing other women. So, but congratulations, Commissioner Morales. All right, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out to our meeting tonight. It's not very often that our room is completely filled, so it was nice to see everybody who was out here and as Commissioner Morales said, doing the good Lord's work. So thank you very much. I want to extend my condolences to Deputy Kelly and his family during this difficult time. Ron is always there when we need him, so I will be there for him in his time of need. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, commissioners, administration, staff, community. With that, we are adjourned.